Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. I hope and trust that you are all well. I would like to thank Aura for being the sponsor of today's video. Have you ever Googled yourself and were shocked to see your personal information exposed on one of those public listing sites? Are you tired of constantly receiving spam phone calls to the point where you don't even answer your phone anymore? That's where Aura can step in and help you. Data brokers are making a fortune selling your information to robocallers, spammers, and others who want to learn more about you, like where you live. Aura can identify data brokers exposing your information and submit opt-out requests on your behalf. Brokers are legally required to remove your info if you ask them, but they may make it super hard to do so. Let Aura handle it for you. Aura also does so much more to protect you and your family from online threats you can't see. It's really easy to set up, so you don't have to download several different apps to get things like parental controls, antivirus, VPN, password management, identity theft insurance, and more. You get everything at one affordable price. Let Aura do the hard work of keeping you safe online, so you can focus on other tasks with peace of mind. You can either let people continue to exploit and profit off your private information, or you can go to aura.com/phoenix to start your 2-week free trial, also linked below in the description. I have been using Aura for the past month. It shocked me what I found on the internet. I quickly learned that my information was being sold on the dark web. Pretty scary, considering someone is making money off my information. Now, with the help of Aura, I am protected on my computer, my cell phone, and any other gadgets that I need protection with. Aura can also hide your IP address using a VPN. Aura also provides you the option to lock your credit bureau, such as Experian. That way, if someone is running your credit without your knowledge, they cannot see any of the information thanks to the protection of Aura. So, stop data brokers from exposing your information. Go to my link, aura.com/phoenix, to get a 14-day free trial to see if your personal information has been compromised. Don't wait any longer. Go ahead and sign up for Aura's 14-day free trial using my link in the description below and start protecting yourself today. I hope that you all have signed up with Aura using my free link to get your 2 free-week trial. It would absolutely thrill me if 10 to 20, if not 30, people would sign up using my link. Thank you all so much. Before I get started, I would like to give a very special shout out to the reform members of Back to Ashes: Tavia S., Normie DW, Chrissy Elias, Tina Mead, Cindy Cleveland, Patty's niece, Samantha Place, and Inner Scare Wifey. The rest of the Back to Ashes membership will be right here on your screen. Thank you all so much for supporting the channel. I would like to thank each and every one of you from the bottom of my heart for getting Back to Ashes over the 10,000 subscriber mile marker. I know there's more work to be done, but I am still completely flabbergasted at how quick the Back to Ashes family has grown this strong, and we continue to grow every day. Now, you all may be wondering how in the world this video is going to work. I went through each and every genre, and I picked out stories that everyone likes, loves, and just enjoys. So, with that being said, right before I read a story, I will mention what genre I am reading from. That way you know what is coming up. Also, we will have ambient sounds of rain, thunderstorms, wind, the ocean, and crackling fire. I'll be changing the ambient background sounds probably every 30 minutes. That way everyone can kind of enjoy the flow of all the ambient noise at once. I'm not quite sure how long this video will be, but for you all, the subscribers, the supporters, and for the entire Back to Ashes family, I will read until my tongue falls out of my mouth. So without further ado, as I always like to say, it is time to go back to ashes. For when we arise from the ashes, we are a bigger, brighter, stronger, and happier person in the morning. Sit back, Relax, kick back, grab a snack, or tuck in and get warm, and feast on this overdose of vocal melatonin entitled 10,000 plus subscriber requested stories. Also, I know there will be people who ask about the ads placed within this video because it is so long. I will play an ad right after this intro. I'll read the first story, there will be an ad. After that, there will be an ad placed at every hour throughout this video. Now, let's get on with the stories, shall we? Creepy encounters. A few years ago, I was the only one home in a snowstorm and minding my business. I decided to call a friend and we talked for a while and got into some political chatter and what many people would call conspiracy theories. The discussion was getting deep into the subject. I don't even remember what we were talking about, to be honest. When suddenly the call drops and immediately there's knocking at the door. I remember my stomach dropping and I felt a bit frozen but calmed myself down and went to the door. There was a woman there with a clipboard and papers. She was dressed in a bohemian look under her jacket, and she proceeded to say hi and tell me that she's collecting petitions for a river preservation, or something like that, and asks me to sign it if I can. Mind you, the speech was long and it's literally blizzarding outside. I wrote down fake information, and as I do, I get this weird feeling that she was trying to get inside. She was really close to the door, and I made sure to keep it close to me, to ensure she couldn't see inside. It was a small house I was living in at the time. The vibes were weird. The call dropping after talking about the government, she shows up right away in the middle of a storm, asking for info. It really left me uneasy. Could have been just a coincidence, though. True vacation horror story. So, my sense of direction is pretty horrific, and there was a time I was in a very remote part of Austria and wanted to go meet up with some friends at a lake. I grabbed a bike and set off, map in hand. All was going well until I realized I was in a really remote part of the town, and pretty soon realized I was also on an incline. My poor sense of direction and my infantile relationship with maps inadvertently led me up a mountain. I was 2.5 hours into my voyage. There was no sign of life around me. The noises got stranger, and there was definitely no lake in sight. I looked at my map wondering how it could deceive me and where our relationship took a wrong turn, pun intended. Then I turn around and boom, I get a flat tire. It was getting darker. I was shedding bricks by the second, and any moment now, something was going to jump out and eat me alive. Because, logic. I eventually stopped caring that my bike will collapse on me and started riding it down a very rocky trail at a pretty fast pace, just hoping to get out of there as fast as possible. Safety hazard, absolutely, but again, logic. Several minutes later, I finally see a highway, so I get back on a known trail, and just a few kilometers up, I see the sign where I missed my turn for the lake. After my 2-hour detour, I had no desire to be near anything wet as I was already soaked from exhaustion. So tried to get reception to call and see if anyone could pick me up. Eventually, I was able to track down some elderly Austrian men who could see my dilemma and gave me their phone and a large pint of Austrian beer to save the day. True night shift horror story. I worked at a liquor store for a few years. One of the homeless guys, probably late 50s, that stood outside would ask for money. And 9 times out of 10, if they said no, he'd flash them his old, wrinkly, crusty package. Had to chase him off every night, so people didn't have to suffer that sight. Annoying people who saw me chasing him off or threatening to call the cops often gave me dirty looks, like as if I hated homeless people or treat them like trash, when in actuality, I was saving them from that which you cannot unsee. True camping horror story. This happened to me when I was little. I went camping with my older brother and my mom. I was about 7 or 8, and I went to bed at around 10 in a sleeping bag inside my tent with both my mom and brother. Sometime during the night, I don't know when I woke up, somewhere in the middle of the woods, still in my sleeping bag. I had no idea where I was or where my tent was. I screamed for my mom, and I heard her calling back for me in panic, but she was easily 100 yards away or so. To this day, I have no idea how I ended up in the middle of the woods, still inside my sleeping bag. True trucker story. I was driving through Montana, headed east, and my company had miscalculated my mileage, so I requested an emergency fuel up. I got a response with the nearest gas station that I could get approved at. It wasn't exactly close, so I turned off the main highway and headed toward the stop. It's pitch black. There's no moon, no city light, and I haven't seen any headlights for about an hour. I'm cruising down the highway, and I see something in the middle of the road at the furthest extent of my headlights, so I slowed down, naturally, as I approached it. When I come to pass it, I get one good glance at it and slam on my brakes as I pass right in the middle of the highway. All I could think was, what did I just see? So I back up, looking in my mirror until I see its red silhouette in my brake lights. I pull my brakes, put on my jacket, and grab my flashlight and hop out. I walked to the back of my trailer and put my light on it, and there it was. A headless, skinless, mangled corpse. I froze and my jaw dropped. I didn't know what I was looking at. I just stood there in the middle of the highway in the cold, stagnant air. The only sound is the hum of my truck 50 feet back, watching the steam rise from this pile of meat. There was no fur. There were no clothing. Just a fully intact ribcage with a mess of other miscellaneous bones attached by ligaments. I debated calling the police, as the ribcage looked big enough for someone my size. But I looked at my phone and had 0 cell service. The nearest town was about 50 miles out. When I put my phone away, I flashed my light around, and standing at the end of the road were a handful of coyotes staring at me. Then they started coming through the fence and trotting my direction. I figured this is the part where I get back in the truck before I get into a situation. So I did, and continued on my way. I still to this day do not know if it was human or not, whatever it was, and whatever had happened, I was almost a witness of. I convinced myself that it was more likely a deer, and was hit by another truck like my own at highway speeds. That would definitely do significant damage. But in retrospect, I've never seen roadkill missing its flesh before. True crime. Warning. Some of the details in these true crime stories throughout this video may be sensitive to some. Listening discretion is advised. John Cooey kidnapped 9-year-old Jessica Marie Lunsford, then buried her alive in his backyard. John Cooey was a sex offender who was convicted of murdering 9-year-old Jessica Marie Lunsford by burying her alive in his backyard at his home in Homosassa, Florida. Jessica was a third-grade student in Homosassa Elementary School who enjoyed listening to songs by Pink and Shania Twain and singing karaoke, especially with her father, Mark Lunsford. He was a truck driver, and he was scheduled to go to work on the morning of February 24, 2005, but he had spent the night with his girlfriend. When he returned to the double-wide trailer, where he lived with his parents on South Sonata Avenue, to get ready, he noticed the front door was unlocked. As he was about to hop in the shower, he heard Jessica's alarm clock go off. Mark went to her bedroom to turn it off, but then he realized that Jessica wasn't in her room, according to the Tampa Bay Times. He then woke up his parents and asked if Jessica was with them. When they said she wasn't, they began looking for her. When they were unable to find her, they contacted the Citrus County Sheriff's Office and reported Jessica missing, which prompted a massive search by law enforcement. That's when they learned that there were 208 registered sex offenders in Citrus County, and 50 of them were living within 50 miles of Jessica's home. Cooey, who was 46 at the time, immediately became a suspect. He was a career criminal who had an infatuation with young girls. In 1991, he was arrested for attempting a lewd act on a 14-year-old at a Big Lots in Crystal River, Florida. He was also convicted of exposing himself to a 5-year-old girl, according to OCALA. Authorities stated that his address was registered miles away from Jessica's, but he was actually living 65 yards away on West Snowbird Court with his half-sister and 3 other people. When they went to his house, he wasn't there. They were told that he had gone to Georgia on March 4, 2005, because he wanted to look for a job in that area. Investigators thought it was suspicious that he had purchased a plane ticket in someone else's name. On March 18, 2005, Cooey, who had an IQ of 78, was arrested on unrelated charges in Augusta, Georgia. While he was in custody, investigators questioned him about Jessica's disappearance. Cooey told them that he knew nothing about it. Meanwhile, the Citrus County Police searched his home and collected several items, including a blood-stained mattress and pillow, clothing, and a letter inside a briefcase. An analysis with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement tested the evidence. It was later determined that the blood found on the mattress belonged to Jessica and Cooey. It was reported that Cooey's semen was found on the mattress. After taking a lie detector test, Cooey confessed to murdering Jessica after he kidnapped her and sexually assaulted her. Cooey told investigators that at around 3 a.m. on February 24, 2005, he broke into the Lunsford's mobile home through the unlocked front door with the intention of robbing them. But as he tiptoed through the dark hallway, he said he changed his mind and went to Jessica's bedroom. He said he would often watch her play outside with her toys. When he woke her up, he said, "Don't yell or nothing," and then made a hand gesture that would indicate to her that he wanted her to follow him. Jessica got out of bed. She was wearing a pink nightgown and white shorts. She wasn't wearing any shoes when she followed Cooey to his trailer. She was also clutching on to the purple stuffed dolphin that her father had won for her at the state fair several weeks prior. Cooey said he took Jessica to his bedroom and sexually assaulted her later that evening. The following morning, he said he sexually assaulted her again. The Citrus County Police said Cooey held her captive over the weekend, and he instructed her to stay in his bedroom closet while he went to work at Billy's truck stop. On February 26, 2005, Cooey tied Jessica's hands with speaker wires, and afterward, he told her that if she got inside 2 garbage bags, he would take her home. She obliged. Authorities asserted that Jessica stepped into one garbage bag and crouched down, while the other was pulled over her head. Instead of returning Jessica to her family, Cooey took her to the backyard, where he had previously dug a 2-foot hole and dumped her inside while she was still alive, head first. Just shortly before 4 a.m. on March 19, 2005, law enforcement found Jessica's body inside the garbage bag with her fingers sticking out of it. An autopsy showed that Jessica died from suffocation 2 to 3 minutes after she was buried. The medical examiner also ascertained that her gastrointestinal tract was practically empty, which meant that the last time Jessica consumed food was, quote, 12 hours and 3 to 4 days before her death, end quote. There were also traces of cocaine on her body. Cooey was charged with capital murder, burglary with battery, kidnapping, and sexual battery on a child younger than 12. Although Cooey confessed to the killing, it was thrown out because he didn't have a lawyer present. Following a lengthy trial, Cooey was found guilty and sentenced to death. At 11:15 a.m. on September 30th, 2009, Cooey died at the age of 51 at Memorial Hospital in Jacksonville, Florida, from a terminal illness. Quote, "I was a little disappointed," end quote, said Citrus County Sheriff Jeffrey J. Dalsey. Quote, "I really want the state of Florida to put John Cooey to death. I wanted to look into his eyes when they injected him with the serum," end quote. Just over a month before his death, the Florida Supreme Court was supposed to hear his automatic appeal. On September 1st, 2005, the Jessica Lunsford Act was passed as law. The Volusia County Sheriff's Office stated that it, quote, "requires electronic monitoring for certain sexual offenders placed on supervision, and will require the courts to order electronic monitoring for designated sexual offenders and predators who violate probation or community control," end quote. My heart and prayers go out to the family of Jessica Marie Lunsford. May she rest in peace. Paranormal encounters. So I served in the Marines from 2014 to 2016 and did one tour of Afghanistan. My best friend and I, Lance Corporal Sean Trevors, were stationed together in Camp Dwyer for a short time to help with standard survey and watch. One day, we went on a routine convoy to deliver supplies to a unit about 30 kilometers out. Long story short, we came across a building while a sandstorm was developing towards the west. We were ordered to seek shelter until the storm passed. Now, when I say building, I mean this was a building that looked incredibly out of place. We were essentially in what I would call a small valley, and the nearest village was about 3 to 4 clicks away. After about 5 minutes, we scanned the building and found no civilians or combatants. 2 Marines were posted near the wall that was in front of the building, and 2 were on the roof providing overwatch, while the rest of us ate some chow and were just shooting the shit on the second floor. There were 4 floors, by the way. When we heard shots fired, and the same over the radio, we scrambled and got our gear. I went to the window, which was next to a door leading to a balcony of sorts. After what seemed like hours, we finally stopped hearing fire and received the cease order. We were told to check ammo and for wounded and to check the eliminated targets. I went to go look for Sean and couldn't reach him on radio. I looked through the entire building and couldn't find him. I went to my squad leader and was told he last saw him on the corner wall near the left of the building. I am sorry to say that I did find my friend and called for a corpsman, but was unable to stop the bleeding that was coming from his neck. I did everything I could to keep him alive. I applied pressure and tried to keep him conscious, but unfortunately, I had to hold my nearest and dearest friend in my arms as he took his last breaths on this earth. I held him for as long as I could before the corpsman finally told me he was really gone, and I watched over his body until we got him to base. Now that the sad part is told, now I can tell you the paranormal part. So, it has been 6 years since my friend and fellow brother passed. and ever since I left country and left the Marines, I have seen him in my dreams, and even when I've been awake. I feel like I am crazy, and also feel like it is my PTSD causing me to hallucinate. But I see him not in a bad way. Sometimes I see him in dress blues, or Charlie's sometimes. I see him in Texas Rodeo, best complete with cowboy boots and hat to match, all while dipping Copenhagen straight or while in full combat gear with his M16. But regardless of how or when I see him, I still see him, and sometimes I don't see him, but I hear him. Like one day, I was sitting in the kitchen eating dinner with my wife, who was about 6 months pregnant, and I heard, clear as day, the word, "hi," as if someone were inches away from my right ear whispering it. I recently saw him at a grocery store of all places, and just gave me a half salute and walked away and faded. I don't know. Maybe he's some sort of guardian angel, always watching my six. Either way, I want real open-minded people's opinions about whether I'm seeing things or if I should go lock myself in the nut house. Backwoods Creepy Short Story. The other night, my sister and I were riding to our friends in our golf cart. She was driving. I was on the passenger seat. As we neared a stretch of woods, I looked over to the woods. In my mind, I assumed it was a deer within 0.1 seconds, yet this was no deer. I literally screamed, out of fear without realizing it, as something on all fours that looked like a human on all fours, but wasn't, ran into the woods. This thing was white and looked like a human running on all fours, but much faster and not human, if that makes sense. Later that night, we were parked by our friends, and I believe something was watching us, as we kept hearing sticks snapping and crackling from the woods, and I felt weirded out. Well, once again, that's not the end. Today in my car, I drove by the woods, and right in the exact spot where this creature began to crawl and run into the woods, there was a balloon floating there. What in the hell? I don't know. If that can be a coincidence, I'm not entirely sure what the creature was. I've read people suggesting anywhere from a skinwalker to Bigfoot or to a crawler. Stalker Story. Okay guys, so this is going to be a long one because I really need some help. I'm scared right now and genuinely don't know what to do. A girl I barely know and have never met in real life keeps trying to ruin my life, literally. I'm going to be using fake names to protect myself, as I'm sure this girl uses Reddit and may come across this. I'm going to give a timeline of events of everything to make it a little bit simpler. Summer 2017. I met this guy, Adam, online, and we start talking. Very flirty, etc., but nothing serious. We talk for a couple months, and he also meets this girl called Megan online. She gives the impression of being a bit of a psycho, very controlling, lashes out a lot, etc. Adam and I stop talking when I go to uni. Late December, early January 2017-2018, me and Adam talk again, innocently. Maybe a bit flirty, but again, nothing serious. It was literally because I was home from uni and bored. Megan catches drift of this and is apparently not happy. At this time, we find out she's been using a fake name and pick to talk to Adam. Still don't know her real name or what she looks like. He's obviously annoyed. At this point, she starts leaking his nudes, etc., and just being nasty, trying to hack him and DDoS him, messaging his real-life family about him, etc. Adam goes to the police about this, but I don't think they did anything. I then stopped talking to Adam again. Sometime after this, she starts messaging me on throwaway Insta accounts. Stuff about Adam like, he has a girlfriend for 5 years and cheated on her with loads of girls. Stay away from him, etc. Which wasn't true, by the way. And other weird messages, which I blocked. November 21st, 2018. I think a couple of small things happened before this, but it was a year ago now, and I can't really remember. But by this time, I had pretty much forgotten about the situation. Then, my Snapchat and a picture of me from my Instagram is uploaded to Yuki, which is apparently a website for cams and meetups. I don't know. I get like 50 friend requests on Snapchat, a couple on my Facebook and WhatsApp. Just checked this out again today, and my Snapchat, Facebook, and mobile number are still uploaded onto this site. I have no idea how she got my Facebook, although it's probably a lot simpler than I'd like to admit, and mobile number. February 2019. My boyfriend receives an Insta DM from Megan saying how she thinks I've been cheating on him with Adam, who I stopped talking to before we even started dating. I started dating my boyfriend in April of 2018. She had screenshots of some in mine and Adam's combo, etc., and it was just really creepy. I managed to intercept and delete the message before he sees it. You may wonder why I do this if I have nothing to hide, but I really don't fancy explaining my stalker situation to my boyfriend. Everything seemed to be fine, and I had honestly forgotten about the whole situation until a few days ago. May 2019. I get comments on my latest Instagram post calling me scum, trash, etc., and telling me to check my DMs. So I do. And it's a girl and her friend calling me out for apparently leaving a racist review on the girl's Depop. Categorically was not me, and luckily the girls understand this. I delete the review only to find out 3 more posted under my Depop account to other buyers of mine. Thanks chink, thanks p-word, thank you n-word, etc. I'm literally horrified and managed to delete them all before the other girls realize. I change all of my passwords for all of my social media accounts. While I'm doing my Facebook password, it says that a few months ago, my Facebook was logged into by a user in London using UOWebView. Can anyone tell me what that is? I messaged Depop and they tell me that my account wasn't hacked, but was logged into from a different location, meaning this girl knew my user and password. I'm assuming it's Megan because I can't think of any other reason why someone would log into my Depop. Not to steal my info, but to just try and ruin me? It must be her. I am so scared, guys. This girl is literally trying to ruin my life, and I have no idea what to do. If she got my PW once, it was not an easy PW to guess. What's stopping her from doing it again? What's even scarier is that these things are quite subtle and hard for me to keep track of, and she does it randomly. I literally can't predict it, and now feel like I'm just on the edge of my seat waiting for something else to happen. I feel so helpless. What do I do? Am I being overdramatic? Please, help. True ghost story. I can say this probably began when I was about 7 years old. For as long as I can remember, there was this girl who looked about 12 years old that would always appear to me in my childhood home. My family moved into this house a little before my 7th birthday, and that is when I first recall seeing her. This girl was very thin and lanky. She had short, choppy hair, as if someone had butchered it and was dirty looking. She wore what I would consider a grungy, what was once white slip, always barefoot. As a child, I was always an early riser. On Saturday mornings, I was usually up at around 5:30 or 6 a.m. for some reason. I had to be that annoying child that would wake my mother up to turn the TV on for me, as this was an older set that didn't have a remote control. Our house had a bit of a weird layout. The previous owners of the house had made an additional 2 rooms to the back of the house that were to be our dining room and TV room. This room had a connecting sliding door directly to my parents' room. Like clockwork every Saturday, I would make my way down the hall to my parents' room, wake my mom to turn on the TV, but always made her leave the sliding door open so she could watch me, but in reality, she always went back to sleep. I knew this, but still felt comforted that I could run through the open sliding door instead of going through the kitchen and down the long hall to her bedroom. I never told my mom, but it was because the lanky girl would follow me. She didn't constantly follow me all day long, but would randomly appear in places where it was unexpected. The first time I saw her, I had gone to the restroom early in the morning and was making my way back to the TV room when I saw her out of the corner of my eye. She was sitting crouched in between the stove in the kitchen and the wall to the TV room. This was maybe a 2-foot wide space. She didn't say anything to me, but stared at me wide-eyed when I turned to look at her. She disappeared into thin air before my eyes. Me, being the small child I was, turned and ran into my parents' room and jumped into bed with them. I didn't mutter a word to either one of them. After that, she would just pop up in the TV room early on Saturday mornings and just sit at the end of the couch, not looking at the TV. Just staring straight. She never attempted to talk to me and rarely looked at me, and if she did, it was a blank stare. As years went on, she began to appear in other places. In this house, there was a full floor-to-ceiling mirror at the end of the hall, and let me share that I hated walking the hall by myself, as she would walk behind me quite a bit. Just typing this gives me goosebumps. I never really looked up, but learned to count the steps to the bedrooms. When I was 11, we finally moved out of the house and didn't see her for quite a while, until I was about 20, and had quite frankly forgotten about her. Until one day when I was putting some stuff away and walked into my parents' room, and there she was. Same position as I had first seen her on my parents' bed. She didn't look as old to me anymore as she initially did, given that when we first met, she was about 4 years older than me, and I was now 9 years older than her. There she was, in the same grungy dress and choppy hair, saying nothing but giving me that blank stare. I have to admit that when I opened the bedroom door and saw her there, I noped the hell out of that one. She had been gone for so many years, and why she was back and how she found me was beyond me. Never spoke to her or asked her what she wanted, just said nope and walked back out of that room. It's been 12 years since I've last seen her. Not sure if she is yet to be found again. I think after all the experiences I've had, if she appears again, I will have to try to communicate, especially after so many years. If I can just add, this was the room that refers to the portal in my other experience. The room was initially mine and my sister's, but as children leave the house, I switch rooms with my parents. Backwoods creepy. I was with 2 of my friends that night when it happened. I was driving them home because I was the only one who didn't drink at the party we attended early in the evening. We were on the road when my friend, Alex, felt sick, so I decided to park the car a few minutes on the side road and wait for him to get better. I remember it was a clear night because of the full moon high in the sky. The landscape was beautiful. The beach was close to the road, and I could perfectly see it. To the dark gray sand, the bright sea, and the big boulder in the middle, not far from the shore. But something strange was on it, so I got closer. At first, I was startled because who in their right mind could sleep on a boulder, half immersed in the cold water of winter at 3 in the morning? That's where things got really weird. The thing looked like a woman at first, but instead of legs, she had a strong tail covered in scales with what it looked like a shark fin on top of her back. Her skin was gray, but with the night, so was everything else around me. She seemed asleep with her head resting on her forearms. In the panic, I shouted to my other friend, Mira, to put the headlight of the car on, because I wanted to see it better. And when I looked in front of me again, so was the thing. God, I could never forget it. She was staring at me, her bottom half lying on the boulder, while she was standing on her webbed hands, who ended up with big claws. Her hair was moving with the wind, but they were weird, like snakes, but it wasn't really snakes. I don't know how to describe it. She had 2 big wide eyes with no pupils at all, or eyebrows, and instead of a nose, she had 6 slits in both sides of her face, and her mouth was very small, thin, and with no lips. I was so frightened by her eyes staring at me, I couldn't move a single bone in my body. Then I hear my friends run to me, and before they arrived, she turned on her tail and disappeared into the sea with a loud splash and waves all around, and just like that, she was gone. All this happened in seconds, but it was an eternity for me. My friends didn't see anything, and I was too shocked to tell them. To this day, they still don't know what happened to me, and I didn't tell anybody either. Nobody would have believed me, and I can't blame them. If this would have happened to somebody else, I would never have believed them either. And frankly, I didn't want to be called crazy. Sometimes I wonder if indeed I'm not crazy, but then one day, several months after that night, I saw on TV that a diver was scared to death on the same area. Doctors said that he must have seen something really scary. I don't think it's a coincidence. Now, I know that I saw a real mermaid, and it was not the pretty mermaid Hollywood wants us to believe. I don't know if she was good or not. I was just so scared. Humans are scared of the unknown, and this proved to be true. Since then, I am scared of swimming. I live on an island, so of course there is the sea all around, but I don't go in there. I am still scared, and I don't want to see her ever again. I never return to that beach because I know what's in there. And you would be scared to death too if you ever meet that thing in the water. True scary stories. I got a temp job with Google driving one of those vehicles with a mounted 360 camera system. It was a fun job. I was tasked with recording highways, streets, and sometimes off-beaten paths in the middle of nowhere. I was assigned a company vehicle, and I worked as a one-man unit. They paid for gas, hotel, and I got per diem for food. Pay was about $7,000 per month before taxes. 1099 employee with no benefits, though. My car was my office, and I would work 5 10-hour days weekly. I wouldn't have any human interaction for days, and it was a lonely job, but I enjoyed all the sightseeing adventures. The job was easy, but it required a lot of multitasking. You had a computer inside your car, had to navigate the road, and manipulated the camera system mounted on the roof. The job brought me to a small town somewhere north of Marysville, California. It was a quiet town and had a nice countryside vibe to it. I was finishing up my shift before my weekend, and I decided to take a shortcut by driving down the dirt road, which I thought connected to the highway. I really regretted doing that. It was 5 p.m. in the evening in the middle of July, so the sun was still out. Due to the heavy foliage and overgrown trees, the path I drove was really dark and creepy. The forest made for a scene out of a horror movie. I put my headlights on just so I had better vision. As I was making a sharp turn on this downhill slope, I observed my headlights reflecting on a yellow dead-end sign. Luckily, there was plenty of room for me to do a U-turn safely. This part of the dirt road was the darkest part of the forest, with only small patches of sunlight penetrating through the canopy of the overgrown trees above. Once my car repositioned to exit the area, I looked in my rearview mirror and I noticed someone standing behind the dead-end sign. It looked like a kid, maybe 13 years old. He had one of those bowl-cut haircuts and wore dark-colored raggedy clothing. His face was pale and he had that 1,000-yard stare. I could feel his gaze locked towards my direction. He had no facial expression, did not blink, and stood frozen in place. I felt I should check on his welfare and ask if he was okay. I rolled down my window and reversed my car closer to where the kid was standing. Once I saw the brake lights reflect off the yellow dead-end sign, I parked my car. I was expecting for him to come over to the driver's side window, but the kid never came. I looked into my rearview mirror and he was gone. I didn't hear any footsteps or the sound of twigs snapping. If the kid left, he must have been a trained ninja. The forest was eerily silent. The only sound that stood out was the engine from my car. I drove away slowly and egressed up the hill. As I came within 100 yards eyesight of the main road, I saw the same looking kid walking about 50 yards in front of me. It's possible he could have been someone else, but the dark-colored shirt, raggedy jeans, and a physical stature resembled the kid from earlier. His back was exposed to me. I couldn't make out his hairstyle or skin complexion from that distance. He walked away from the forest onto the main road and walked eastbound. I waited until he was out of sight before I exited the forest and drove the opposite direction. I was so frightened, I didn't even bother to check the rearview mirror. I redlined the hell out of the car and booked it for dear life. Our cameras worked via LiDAR system and automatically recorded 360 panoramic photos while the car was in motion. At the time of the encounter, my camera was recording. Therefore, I suspected the kid was likely captured in one of the images. I reviewed the photos from where I made the U-turn at the dead-end sign. Nothing. No kid, no shadow. Not even a silhouette of a person of any form. The only photo captured was the yellow dead-end sign, the overgrown trees in the background, and dust particles from me driving on the dirt road. I reviewed the same recording from the second sighting of the kid upon our exit. Nothing. I had zero evidence of any person being captured in any of my recordings. Don't know if it was due to the lack of sleep, being dehydrated, or my eyes playing tricks with me, but I'm pretty sure I saw a ghost. Let's not meet. A few years back, my girlfriend and I, having hiked several other parts of the Appalachian Trail, decided we wanted to give the southern portion of Virginia's trail a shot. It is about 166 miles long and runs through George Washington and Jefferson National Forests from Roanoke County to Harrisburg in Giles County. This is definitely one of the more remote and less traveled parts of the trail, which is actually what we were looking for. We gathered our gear and made our way to the start of the Virginia Creeper Trail to begin our journey. We had planned our journey to end at Damascus and figured that by the time we got there, we would be more than ready to get home to our own beds. It was early October, and the changing of the leaves and colors were amazing. The air was crisp and cool. Perfect hiking weather with beautiful scenery. The majority of the trip was pretty uneventful, just your typical hike. But our last couple of nights is where things got weird. On this portion of the trail, you were supposed to camp on the trail or a designated shelter. We didn't really want to run into other people and didn't want anyone coming up on us in the middle of the night. We decided to ignore those suggestions and find our own little spot off the trail. A little searching around, and we found a spot a little ways off the trail in the middle of a small clearing. It was perfect. We set up camp, cooked some food, talked for a while, then snuggled up and went to sleep for the night. Somewhere around 2 a.m., I was awoke by my girlfriend shaking me awake, telling me, "Get your gun. Someone is outside walking around our tent." She informed me that she woke up to what sounded like someone right outside the tent running a knife or something along the side while circling us. When hiking, I carry a 1911 and a judge with me. You never know exactly who or what you might run into when on such a long hike in a remote location. I got the judge out of my pack, and then we sat silently listening for any sounds. A few minutes of nothing but the breeze blowing through the trees, and then I heard it. Snap, crunch, snap. Someone or something walking in the woods behind our tent. I got the flashlight and silently made my way out of the tent. Our fire had went out, so it was really pitch black, illuminated by only the dim glow of the October moon. I told my girlfriend to stay put while I checked it out. I didn't flick the flashlight on right away, so as not to give away that I was out of the tent and have it become a shining beacon of my location. Instead, I waited to hear more noises. After a few minutes, snap, crunch, crack. It sounded like it was bipedal based on the way the steps were paced. I turned on the flashlight and flooded the area with light. I thought I saw someone move behind a tree. I yelled out and told them to go away and that I was armed. I kept the light on that area with my gun drawn and slowly approached towards the area where I thought I saw the figure. Then, from my right, I hear the sound like someone running away through the woods. I spin and face my light that way, and then from the original spot, hear who or whatever was there take off into the woods. There's no way I was giving chase, so I return to the campsite. I tell my girlfriend about what happened, and I end up sitting guard outside the tent in the darkness until daybreak. In the morning, I looked around a bit for signs of who or whatever it was, and I discovered a boot print in some soft, moist dirt, not far from our tent. It wasn't mine, and it wasn't my girl's. This freaked me out, as it confirmed that someone, perhaps more than one, was skulking around our tent in the dark. I kept it to myself because I didn't want to freak my girl out any more than she already was. At this point, we were pretty deep in and still had 2 days left. That day, we walked a little faster than normal and covered as much ground as possible. When it came time to set up camp, I found a spot near a cliff where we could place the tent in a small overhang and prevent anyone from coming up behind us. The whole day up to this point, I had a feeling we were being followed. I had no confirmation of this as I hadn't seen or heard anyone else, but it was just a gut feeling. We set up camp and made some food, then retreated to the tent. I gave my girl the 1911, and I kept the judge right next to me, and I assured her that, if I slept at all, it would be with one eye open. After a while, she drifted off to sleep, and I stayed awake listening to the sound of the woods at night. I was awake for a few hours, just waiting to see if anything was going to happen. At some point, I guess my exhaustion caught up with me and I drifted off. I awoke sometime later to what sounded like someone going through our stuff outside the tent. I grabbed my gun and woke my girlfriend, shushing her to be quiet. From the faint glow of the fire, I could see someone's silhouette against the tent. There was really someone out there. I yelled out to them something along the lines of, "We are armed. Get the hell out of here." They dropped what they were doing and bolted. I came out of the tent, gun drawn and ready to shoot someone. Our stuff was strewn all about. They had rummaged through quite a bit of our stuff. I walked to the edge of the woods in the direction whoever was out there had fled. There was a creek nearby, and I walked to the edge where there was a small trail running alongside it. Down the creek, I could see a light. It looked like a lantern the way it flickered. Then I saw 3 more emerge from the other side of the woods. I told my girlfriend to start packing up whatever she could and that we were leaving now. We packed up everything of value, left the tent and a few other items, and headed back onto the trail in the middle of the night. I kept hearing people talking off in the woods and hearing branches snap for quite some ways. I kept looking behind us every few seconds to make sure nobody was coming up on us. It was completely nerve-wracking. If something happened, we were still a long ways from anywhere and quite literally on our own. Since we hadn't seen another hiker the entire time we had been out there, I really felt like we were in serious danger. We had been walking for quite some time when I heard something in the woods behind us. As we rounded a corner, I turned around and saw someone step out onto the trail and just stand there watching us. It was just as the sun was coming up and barely any light. I couldn't make out any features, just the silhouette. I stopped and looked at them for a second and asked them who they were and what they wanted. They just stood there silently, watching us, and then turned and walked back into the woods. We picked up the pace and kept going, looking back every so often. We didn't see them again, but my gut told me they were still there for quite a ways. We eventually reached the end of the trail and got to where we had parked my girlfriend's car, extremely exhausted. We made it out of the Virginia woods without becoming a meal for a clan of cannibalistic inbred hillbillies, which is what I pictured happening in my head the whole time. I have no idea who they were or what they wanted. Maybe it was someone just messing with us. Maybe it was really a clan of deformed hillbillies that were hunting us. I will never know, because I will not be returning to find out. Humanoid encounters. I wanted to share my story, though it doesn't involve a sighting. It involves all the other evidence that is difficult to prove. We've bought land in Washington recently. It'll be about a year before we start building there, but we visit periodically, and I just recently came back from a 2-day camping trip on the land. A few months back, we pulled into a dirt road leading onto our property and noticed a perfect pyramid of trees that had been interlocked into a tapestry that simply couldn't have happened by human hands. One reason is that the pyramid-like interlocking, which was clearly done with a skull, was at 6 feet off the ground. We joked that maybe some teenagers could have done it, but I personally really doubted that some kids would climb up the trees, 6 feet high, mind you, and successfully bend tree trunks into an interlocking grid that high up. It would take far too much force and power. I don't even think grown men could get such tree trunks to bend in that fashion. The trunks had to have been at least 8 to 9 inches in diameter, so we're talking strong tree trunks, not bendable baby limbs. Fast forward to the previous weekend. We pulled onto our property late at night after sundown, arriving late on Friday night. Within 5 minutes of arriving, I heard loud, haunting ape-like howls that didn't sound anything like a wolf bear, or normal animal sounds. I've spent enough time in the woods in my life to know when I'm hearing something that isn't elk, bear, owl, or dog. These howls were human-like, and it was clear that something enormous was sending a message out there. It did it 4 to 5 times, then it stopped. We slept the first night without issue, except for one thing. The very next morning, a tree had been bent like a perfect rainbow directly over the trail 10 feet away from our truck, perfectly going over the trail in an upside-down U-shape over the road. The second night was the night that was remarkable. Within 15 minutes of hitting the sack in our teardrop trailer, windows were open and I was enjoying the forest breeze. I immediately heard footsteps, distinct human bipedal footsteps walking around the trailer. It moved with a pace that was distinctly 2-footed, and it was clearly large, much like a metronome beating. Leaves were all over the ground, which made it easier to hear the pacing footsteps. This went on for at least an hour. Then it stopped. I placed my hand in a cup-like position behind my ears to help increase my hearing abilities. I fell asleep for a few hours, then woke to the same human-like crunching footsteps right outside the trailer. I then heard actual talking from what I believe was a Bigfoot. One might say it was gibberish, but to be honest, it was clear they had an actual language. Somehow, I felt that it was female. The obvious soft vocalization sounded like some sort of affirmation-sounding noises. It sounded like words, only the voice was clearly deep and resonant, and not the sort of voice a regular human could emulate due to the depth of the voice. I am sure it wasn't humans pranking us. It spoke softly to another one by using some sort of enunciation, and so, this was no longer just howling, but literally some type of talking. Obviously it wasn't English, but it was most certainly a human-like vocal tone communicating. Next, I heard the trees begin to bend. If you can imagine a bending noise, sort of like a screeching, pushing every 5 seconds. This went on for an hour. Screech, push, pause. Screech, push, pause. This pattern of pushing and pausing went on for a long time, and it was directly happening right outside the teardrop trailer. I knew I was going to wake up to more bending activity. For some reason, I didn't feel scared. I have always been psychic a little when it comes to feeling intentions of humans or animals around me. Something deep inside of me felt that these beings were loving and kind, sort of like protectors of the forest. I listened to them as long as I could, until I was just too tired to continue listening to their activities outside of the trailer. I fell asleep again. The following morning, there were 3 more trees, perfectly folded and curved like rainbows and arches, right over the trail next to our truck. One was directly at the nose of the truck. I've taken photographs and will upload them soon. Somehow, I feel that they were saying, "Welcome." I think they know we purchased the land. Look, if they had wanted to hurt us, they would have. They never touched our stuff, touched the trailer, nor did they attempt to scare us. If anything, it was like they were attempting to not scare us and wanted to be as quiet as possible. I felt that the female was guiding the whole event that night. Can someone tell me more about the tree bending formations, and if there's any clues as to which formations mean what? My heart tells me that they did this to say hello in a loving and kind way. It hasn't scared us, and we still planned on building there. I had an idea that if we go camping there again in the fall, I'm going to tie flowers around the trunks that they bend to let them know we accept and honor you. I refuse to have bad feelings between the Bigfoot and us. I want us to cohabituate on the land peacefully. My first impressions of these beings is that they are not out to hurt anyone, and that they might even be able to communicate with humans if humans would treat them with respect and not try to hunt them down. Clearly, they're going to be more intelligent than regular large apes around the world. They're bipedal and obviously have above average intelligence, judging by the fact I heard an actual language coming out of one. Glitch in the Matrix. My son gave me a Google Home device, but I keep it unplugged because I'd read that it listens to everything. Anyway, I do medical billing, and I was trying to find a phone number to call the insurance company for one of the patients I was creating a profile for. I was perusing the site, looking for a number, and all of a sudden, Google Home starts talking and telling me that the insurance company had an online provider portal and was basically telling me what the site said. I hadn't said, "Hey Google." I thought it was unplugged, and it went on for about a minute talking about the site. I'm sitting there shocked and mad at myself because I had forgotten to unplug it, so I said, "Hey Google, how did you connect to the site?" And nothing. No response. I tried talking to it again. No response. So I checked the outlet, and the device was unplugged. This freaked me the hell out. How could an unplugged Google Home start talking without a command and without being connected to power? Has anyone else experienced this before? Skinwalkers. I'm mainly looking for help identifying what creature my cousin may have come in contact with in the following story. I've grown up with stories about skinwalkers, but we both live on the East Coast and the connection seems unlikely. Please comment and share your thoughts. What did my cousin, who we will call Alan, see? The story is as follows. Alan was running home late at night after visiting his girlfriend at her home. Alan lives down a long stretch of road that, while in a growingly suburban area, is still well forested. His house is at the end of the road, across from a pasture that includes a horse and one hog. As Alan was driving towards his house, he became aware of a large white mist that was floating in the air over the pasture area. Alan stopped his vehicle and watched as the mist, seemingly now aware of his presence, began to hover and then abruptly dart down towards the earth. Alan was baffled at what he saw, and then the situation escalated when he realized that on the ground, directly where the mist darted and disappeared, now sat a rabbit. Alan said it was as if the mist entered the rabbit. A couple of things to mention. Number one, it was late at night, not during the dawn or dusk hours, when rabbits are easily out eating and hopping around. Number two, the house Alan lives in is notoriously haunted, but nothing like this has occurred before or since. What are your thoughts? Apparently, after seeing the rabbit, Alan floored it to the driveway and went in for the night. Was this some kind of skinwalker? Or maybe a shapeshifter? A quick update. After speaking with members of the local indigenous community, we discovered that rabbits have an association with the little people in their culture. After talking it over with Alan, it seems like this could be a good fit. Perhaps not a shapeshifter or skinwalker, but an encounter with an interesting native entity nonetheless. No sleep. I'm insane. Please, just tell me I'm insane. Please tell me that I'm a delusional freak who deserves to be locked up. Hell, call me a schizohead or a psychomaniac. Freaking anything. Just for the love of God, tell me this isn't real. If it is, I I don't know what I'll do. It's been going on for almost 2.5 months now, at least since Jacqui died. Jacqueline, the girl I took under my wing, the girl I let down, and now the source of my torment. We'd met about 1.5 months ago, and I was still working a dead-end job as a cook for Porky Bros, the old barbecue joint that sat in the middle of downtown where I lived before it closed down last week. I still remember how we met. I was out back taking a smoke break, the only one I'd had so far that day. I'd just about gotten into a fist fight with Rick, one of the waiters who always particularly disliked me for whatever reason. The guy seemed to amuse himself with trying to crack a bullwhip over my back to hurry up with an order. And of course, when a customer would complain about something being wrong with the food, be it not seasoned enough or something was still cold, you can bet your bottom effing dollar the son of a bitch would be in my ear about it. That time was over the order being 3 minutes late, even though we were getting slammed with business and I barely had any help with multiple people calling out. I was already tired from having to pull a double, and I'd been putting up with his shit for far longer than I ever should have, and I was about to break his face in when Wendell, my buddy and one of the only other cooks working with me that day, stepped in and told me to go take a smoke. I did so without a single word. So there I was, puffing away at a Marlboro Red when she approached me for the first time. I could tell she'd been crying and her clothes were torn and raggedy. "Can I bum a smoke?" she asked, her voice shaking. I looked in the pack, seeing that there was only one left after the one I was smoking. Admittedly, I almost told her no. Looking at her though, I guess at the time I didn't have the heart. "Thank you." She just stood next to me, silently dragging on her smoke. Part of me wanted to ask if she was okay, but at the same time I knew she wasn't. The way she looked said everything. The tattered clothes, the way she was quivering, still in tears, and just how utterly frightened she was. Plus, I could also see bruises on her cheekbones and around her mouth. I was heartbroken. I must have somehow shown it too, because she soon told me that it was nothing. It's just an accident. Accident my ass. She shrunk a bit before taking another drag. She told me that it was just a misunderstanding, that it wouldn't happen again. I was becoming enraged. I wasn't a saint, sure, but damn it, I was raised to believe that, no matter what, a man does not put hands on a woman like that. I wanted to find and hand this piece of shit his ass on a platter before putting him down like the animal he was. What happened? Why'd he do it? I finally managed to ask. She shook her head. Look, don't worry about it, okay? You wouldn't get it anyway. I think I get it perfectly well. Some bastard just beat the hell out of you, and you're afraid of getting him in trouble by telling me who he is? Oh yeah, she scoffed. What are you gonna do, huh? Kick his ass? Why not? At least then I can kick someone's ass today. This made her chuckle. Bad day, huh? Look who's talking. This time we both laughed. Name's Otto, by the way. Jacqueline, she said, her voice sounding just a little less timid. She flicked her cigarette out before thanking me and turning to leave. Hey, hold up. I shot out my hand to her, stopping her. I pulled out one of the order tickets I'd crumpled up earlier out of anger and scrawled out my phone number. Call me later, okay? She looked at it and then to me, smiling. You got it. She then turned and left, and I went back inside to continue torturing myself with the rest of this shift. That night, when I finally got home, at 1:45 a.m., having to close the kitchen, I was grabbing a beer from the fridge when my phone buzzed with a text message. Hey, it's me, Jacqueline. I just wanted to say thanks for talking to me and letting me bum a smoke really made my day better. Smiley face. I smiled, something I hadn't done all day, or all week for that matter, and replied that I was glad I had made somebody happy today. I also texted her that if she wanted to talk about anything that I'd be here. After that, there was no reply for a while, so I decided to proceed with drinking myself to sleep that night. When I woke up the next morning, by that I really mean about a half hour to noon, I found that there were a couple of texts from her waiting for me. The first one was only about 3 hours after the one I sent her. "That would be nice, thank you," smiley face. The other two were sent only about an hour after that one, each only about 10 minutes or so apart from each other. "Hey, you still up? I'm kind of scared here. Can we talk, please?" My eyes snapped wide when I saw this. I felt my heart drop. The timestamps for these messages had been from 5 hours ago when I was asleep. She'd needed me and I wasn't there. Immediately I shot her a text saying that I was sorry I didn't see her message and asked if she was okay. My heart was racing, waiting, praying for a response. Finally, about 5 minutes later, my phone buzzed with a response. "Hey, yeah, it's fine. Everything's okay," smiley face. "Sorry for worrying you." My heart slowly returned to normal. At least she's alive. I asked her what happened and if she was hurt. She replied that she was all right and that she was overreacting. Though I was relieved that she was okay for now, I wasn't convinced that she was just overreacting. Look, I'm no kind of trauma counselor or psychologist, but I wasn't born yesterday either. I'd seen before where I'd seen friends of mine looking like Jacqui did, with bruises, cuts, and black eyes covering them after their piece of shit boyfriends would come home, usually sloshed, with some wild hair in their asses. Every time, they too would try to pass it off as something like overreacting or just an accident or it's not what it looks like. I decided to ask if she was open for lunch that afternoon since I was off work. She replied that she was busy, but that dinner might be an option. I told her that would be great and asked if she'd like me to pick her up. She replied with her address, and I told her I'd be by around 6:30 that evening. After that, I spent the day getting cleaned up and rummaging through my storage unit of an apartment for something nice, or at least halfway decent, to wear to dinner. I wanted to make an impression. I wanted her to see that good men do still exist that can treat her like a lady, you know? If nothing else, I figured maybe it'd help her feel more secure and might open up about what was going on. About 5 o'clock that evening, I'd managed to find the suit I wore for my brother's wedding and was putting it through a cycle in the wash. That's when my phone buzzed with a text from Jacqui. "Hey, I know this is awkward, but is there any way you could come get me, like, now?" I froze. I just put the suit into the washer and it wouldn't be done for another 20 minutes. I asked her if everything was okay. She replied that she was fine, but really wanted to meet up now. I asked what was going on, but she didn't reply after that. I was floored. I wasn't sure what I was supposed to do. Part of me wanted to try and press for details. I was getting a bit nervous with how vague she was being with everything. I wondered what I'd see once I got there. Would she even be alive when I got there? Again, I'd seen shit like this play out before, and I wasn't just gonna sit by and watch it happen with Jacqui. I started imagining what the boyfriend was like, imagining a 6'2" gorilla whose breath reeked perpetually of Bud Light. It was with this in mind that I said, to hell with the suit, and threw on a t-shirt and jeans, the cleanest ones I could find, and hopped in my car. I shot her a text saying I was on my way as I all but peeled out of the parking lot. It took me about 15 minutes to find where she lived, having to backtrack once or twice through roads I wasn't really familiar with. The city I lived in was small, sure, but I didn't exactly get out much, which made it all unfamiliar territory for me. Her house was a small one, just off the corner of the downtown area, isolated with only 2 other houses neighboring it. When I pulled up, I noticed there wasn't a vehicle parked in the driveway. Damn it, I'm too late. Dumbass is already gone, I thought as I jumped out of the car and made my way to the porch, my hand tightly gripped around the butterfly knife I always keep in my pocket. It's not exactly a nice neighborhood I live in. "Jacqueline?" I called, knocking on the door. For about a minute, nothing happened. I tried leaning my ear to the door to see if I could hear anything. Nothing. It was when I was texting her, telling her that I was on the porch, that I heard the door slowly open. The front door cracked open and my heart stopped when I saw her face. It was worse than the previous day. Covering almost every inch of her face were cuts and fresh bruises, alongside the ones from before. My jaw fell open and hung like someone tied a brick of lead to it. I was horrified, while at the same time overcome with rage. Now I wanted the bastard 6 feet in the ground, and I wanted to be the one that dug his grave. What? She stepped out onto the porch, quickly shutting the door behind her. She stood there silently, her face chiseled in a state of fear, and her eyes locked onto my feet, seemingly unable to make eye contact with mine. Now, in the full light outside, I saw how one eye was so badly beaten that it was almost swollen shut. As well as this, there were gashes now across her cheeks, fresh and still trickling with blood. I was speechless. I wasn't sure how to begin. I didn't know whether to demand she tell me who this animal was and where I could find him, or to grab her and hold her in the tightest bear hug I could manage. In the end, I just stood still, speechless with horror. Finally, she broke the silence and asked, shaking, "Can we go, please?" Almost absently, I nodded and stammered, "Where to?" "I don't care," she said, her voice breaking. "I just need to get out." I gently took her hand and led her into my car and we drove off. I decided against trying to take her out to a restaurant or anything like that, looking the way she did and all. With no other ideas of where to go, I asked if she'd like to come back with me to my place for dinner. She just nodded nervously again. "That'd be nice." "I'll have to warn you though, I'm not exactly the tidiest." I chuckled when I said this, hoping to lighten the mood with that. It didn't work. "Doesn't matter. It'll be fine," she said anxiously, still quivering like she was cold. I could tell she wasn't in the mood to hear my voice at the moment, so the rest of the way to my apartment was spent in silence. The whole time, her eyes stared about 1,000 yards ahead through the windshield, while she shook in the passenger seat. When we pulled up to my apartment, before I could even cut the engine off, Jacqueline was already undoing her seatbelt and opening the door. As quickly as I could, I turned the car off and go after her. I got her to follow me back to my apartment. "Ta-da!" I said awkwardly as I opened the door to reveal my wreck of an apartment. "Home sweet home, or at least it's as sweet as it can be." I saw her look at me, her eyes still wide and nervous, yet still parting the left corner of her lip up into a shy half smile. I threw some of my clutter that was on the couch to the floor beside it, giving her a place to sit down. She stood in the doorway for a second before finally trudging over and sitting down. Would you like a drink?" I asked, opening the fridge. "I must warn you, all I got are Millers, but they are fresh and cold." She smiled weakly again and replied, "No thanks." I grabbed one for myself and made my way to the couch, sitting next to her. For the first 5 minutes or so, my apartment was so dead silent that you'd been able to hear a pin dropping from the 5th floor above me. She just sat staring at the floor, A couple times I saw her shaking her head like she was dizzy or something. I broke the silence by asking her if she'd like to watch something on TV. She didn't seem to notice me at first, so I called her name again. This time, her head snapped up to me. Her face looked lost and afraid at the same time. Huh? You want to watch some TV? Oh, yeah, that'd be nice. I turned it on and started flipping through channels. Finally, I managed to land on an episode of Family Guy and stop there. I asked her if she was cool with that, telling her it was one of my favorites, though to be honest, it wasn't. She just shrugged and said she didn't mind. By that point, it was really starting to eat away at me what she wasn't telling me. Again, I get it. People in her situation, especially after a particularly bad episode like what she had dealt with earlier, tend not to want to talk about it. But that didn't make things any easier for me. I became especially anxious when I saw her start shaking her head and clutching her temples. Then I started hearing her faintly mutter under her breath, No, stop it. I don't want to. Stop. Stop what? I asked nervously, putting my hand on her shoulder. She didn't seem to notice, instead shaking her head more violently and tearing at her hair. Her clawing became violent, pulling at her ears, and I was scared she was about to rip them off. I realized that she must be having a psychological episode, maybe PTSD or something from getting the hell beat out of her that day. Unsure of what to do, I grabbed her arms and shouted her name. Jacqueline! Jacqueline! She finally stopped and looked at me again. Her eyes were wide, almost unnaturally so, looking absolutely lost and flooding with tears. Her breathing was heavy. It's okay, I said softly. It's okay, I'm here. I've got you. I didn't really know why I said that. Truthfully, I didn't believe what I said, but just as lost, if not more so, than she was. I guess it was the only thing I knew to say to make her feel better, or at least to keep her from doing serious harm to herself. Thankfully, it seemed to do as much because her body immediately relaxed as she then curled into a ball and buried her face in her hands, sobbing. I just froze. What was I supposed to do? I wanted to hold her, but at the same time, I knew that might cause her to freak out again. One thing was certain. I definitely wanted to beat the shit out of the boyfriend. I'm sorry, she said through her hands. I shouldn't have come here. I'm sorry. I should go. She started to get up from the couch. I got up to stop her. Back to him? I asked. She tried to push past me to the door. I continued to block her. I couldn't let her go back to that. Hell, I wasn't even sure I was comfortable leaving her alone at this point. What are you talking about? Your boyfriend, the piece of shit that's done this to you. She shrunk down again, closing her eyes and saying, Look, you don't get it. My boyfriend didn't do this. I don't have a boyfriend, okay? I live alone. Just please, I need to go home. I was caught off guard by this. If she didn't have a boyfriend or anyone else, then who's been beating her up like this? As much as I wanted to press that question, I could see that she was desperate to leave. Well, then at least let me take you home, please, just so I know you'll be okay. She looked at me and nodded. Fine, sure. We drove in silence. Well, silent except for her constantly mumbling. I said, no, I won't go. I don't want to. Leave me alone. I said nothing, but I can't lie. This was starting to scare me. I was terrified that at any moment she was going to start trying to tear at her hair or something again. Fortunately, that didn't happen. When we pulled into her house, before she could bolt out like she couldn't get out fast enough, I put a hand out, stopping her. Call me tomorrow, okay? Just let me know everything's okay, please." She half-heartedly nodded before getting out of the car. After she went inside her house, I just sat there for a good 5 or so minutes, waiting for something to happen. I almost expected to see her in the window, getting hurt, either by herself or someone else, and that I was going to have to rush in after her. As it happened, all the lights were off, and it was dead silent. I finally managed to satisfy myself that, for the time being, she was okay and left her house. It's no surprise that on the drive home that night, my mind was entrapped by one big question. What the hell was going on with Jacqueline? Why was she hurting herself the way she was? What was causing her to have episodes like she did at my apartment? Did something happen to her? Maybe something that's somehow scarred her? That would make sense. But then that brings up the question of why she hasn't sought help. Hell, has she told anybody? If not, then why? Of course, all of this was eclipsed by the biggest question. Who the hell was she talking to when she was saying, "Stop, I don't want to"? The only conclusion I could think of now was that she might have some form of schizophrenia or even some dual personality or something like that. Again, no expert on psychology, but based on what I'd seen, that was the only way I could explain what was going on. This, however, made me feel all the more uneasy about leaving her by herself. It was a good thing I was off work the next day too, because all through the night, I was essentially on high alert, just waiting for her to call or text me, panicking again. In other words, sleep was not an option. What's worse is that the entire time, try as I would otherwise, even downing a few Millers, I couldn't take my mind off of it to relax. I kept imagining that the next time I saw her, it'd be in the hospital, or worse. All I could do was pray that she called me the next morning, telling me that things were okay. Finally, at around 8 a.m., my phone rang. Out of reflex, I mashed the green button. "Hello, Jacqueline. Is everything okay?" "Yeah, everything's fine." Her voice sounded normal. Actually, it almost seemed relaxed. It felt almost like a total 180 from the previous night. "Listen, I'm sorry about last night. I know you probably think I'm nuts, but I can explain. Can we meet up again?" Yeah, sure. Where at and what time?" In an hour, at the park with the pier." "Okay, you want me to bring anything? Maybe something for..." She hung up before I could finish. I quickly got dressed and got in my car. On the way to the park, I decided to stop by the nearest Subway and grab some food for us. The whole time I was wondering if the right thing to do would be to try admitting her to a hospital. I knew she probably wouldn't like the idea, but I couldn't just let her keep hurting herself like this, could I? I hadn't come to any sort of conclusion by the time I pulled up at the park either. I resolved to hear her out first, then go from there. That way, I would at least have a better understanding of what was going on. I texted her, asking her where she was, and where in the park she wanted to meet up. She replied about 2 seconds later, saying she was waiting at the pier by the lake. Grabbing the sandwiches, I headed to the park and for the lake. When I got there, I saw her sitting on the edge, looking out toward the lake. "Hey, I hope you don't mind, but I brought us a bite too. It's beautiful, isn't it?" I stopped. "Huh?" "The lake. It's beautiful, isn't it?" Yeah, I guess so." I slowly approached the rest of the way to her. She just sat still. "My mother always tells me that the current of the lake would always wash away one strife. That it was so peaceful to lose yourself in." Okay," I said, unsure of what I was supposed to say to this. I couldn't explain it, but something felt off. It was like some dormant instinct, a sixth sense you could call it. that was telling me that something was up. But what? When I reached her, I put my hand on her shoulder. You hungry? I picked us up some subs from Subway. I wasn't sure what you like, so I got you. I hear dead people. For a moment, everything almost seemed to freeze in place. She was still and motionless, and the way she said it was like she was accepting some great truth of life. I guess the better way of saying it is that she sounded numb or hollow. I hear dead people, she repeated in that same numb tone. They tell me to join them in the end, and him. My tongue felt swollen, like it'd been punched. I'm sorry. What? You hit dead people? Yes. And they tell you to do what now? She was quiet again for a moment. I was floored. How was I supposed to respond to that? How would you have responded to hearing this? They want me to go with them, she said finally, blankly. Go where? What do you mean? And to the end, to join them. They've been telling me that he is what waits for us all. Huh? Who? You mean like God or something? What do you mean by waiting for us all? Even before she'd answer, though, I knew deep down the answer was something wrong. He doesn't have a name. He is all of us. He is what we become on the other side. He waits to be completed. They need me. He needs me to join. I could feel a series of chills prick down my spine hearing this. She sounded so relaxed when she said it, like it all seemed normal to her. It all sounded like something a cult member would say, and she said it like it was nothing. This was scaring the living hell out of me now, and I was certain of one thing. One way or another, I had to find her some kind of help. They've been telling me this ever since my mother died last year. I always hear her, telling me to follow her to the end and join him. I slowly reached out and gently put my hand on her shoulder. Jacqui, come on, let's get out of here. We can find someone to help me, she asked, interrupting me. Is that what you were going to say? I stayed silent. She let out a scoff and said, Look, if you won't believe me, what makes you think anyone else will? I was stumped. I wanted to grab her hand and take her to the nearest hospital. I wanted to tell her things were okay and that the voices weren't real, but I didn't. Instead, I clammed up. Besides which, she continued, starting to stand up. It's all right. Everything's gonna be fine now. I'm done running. What happened next felt like it was lasting an eternity, despite it lasting only about a couple of minutes. I briefly remember noticing that she had her shoelaces tied together into a ball, joining both feet together. While my brain was busy with wondering about this, as well as trying to take in what I was hearing and trying to figure out how to find some help for her, she looked me in the eyes for the first time since I got there and said, Thanks for being here now, Odo. I, for only a split second, saw that her hands were duct taped together. By the time it fully hit me exactly what she planned to do, I'd be too late to stop her. In one fluid motion, she flung her body backwards and was instantly swallowed by the lake. I rushed over and saw that she was almost too far down to see, only faintly glimpsing her eyes looking back up at me, wide and panicking. I turned back and shouted at a few others walking by to call 911 before diving headfirst into the lake after her. I flailed frantically, as hard as possible, pushing myself deeper and deeper after her. It was useless, though. The lake ran deep and it got darker, murkier, the further down it went. Because of this, I couldn't see a thing. I also had never been a good swimmer in the first place. I had to push myself back up for air and go back down again several times, still unable to reach her. Eventually, my body grew weak and I couldn't even move my arms and legs anymore. My body then started sinking too, and I was forced to take in a mouthful of water, unable to hold my breath any longer. That's when I finally blacked out, falling to the bottom of the lake along with Jacqueline. I remember coming to on the pier, dizzy, puking and spewing up lake water. Over me was a paramedic holding a jump bag and an oxygen mask. "He's becoming responsive," he shouted to the group on the other side of the pier. "Are you okay, sir?" I stared blankly at him, still catching my breath. It took a moment before everything came rushing back to me. "Jacqueline!" I cried, bolting up. The paramedic stopped me, telling me to calm down. I looked around to see police officers at the edge of the pier begin walking towards me. When they questioned me as to what happened, I told them the truth as I knew it, that she had jumped into the river after telling me that she was hearing voices. I expressed that I also had every intention of trying to find help for her. They seemed to accept this as there was no other evidence, physical or from witnesses, to suggest anything otherwise, and I was free to go home. From there, life sort of just went on. It was weird. I, of course, spent a couple of weeks following, losing myself to the bottle every night after work. Finally, I was turned out from Porky Bros when it got to a point that I wasn't really able to function in the kitchen anymore. I read a week later in the paper that Jaquie's body was finally found after dragging the lake. Eventually, though, I managed to actually sort of move on. I found another job at a much nicer restaurant, one that actually paid a bit better too. And I felt like I could push Jacqueline to the back of my head, a distant memory. That's when I started hearing it though, or rather, hearing her. It happened one night when I'd come home from work and was about to go to bed, when I started hearing her voice calling my name. "Otto. Otto." Then I saw her. She looked like she did when she was alive. Apparently, she looked even better, being without the bruises. I rubbed my eyes. What the hell? "Otto, it's me, Jacqueline, remember?" She was smiling when she said it. Her voice was smooth and calming. I closed my eyes, shaking my head. When I opened them, she was gone. "Come on, man, get a grip." I decided to quickly down a couple of Millers before going to bed. That night, in my sleep though, there she was again. She was standing in front of me, naked and smiling warmly. "You're lonely, aren't you, Otto? It's time. Come join us. Join with him." Before I can ask what she's talking about, as well as how she's there and what she wants with me, I hear a flurry of shrill whispers coming from behind me. Then, out of the corner of my eyes, I see thousands of white streaks rush past, each of them with elongated mouths, screaming simultaneously, "Come join us." I was horrified. I tried to make myself wake up, but it was no use. I could only watch as the screaming streaks began swirling around in a vortex motion behind Jacqueline. Jacqueline herself then started descending towards the center, her voice blending chaotically with the rest and chanting for me to join with him, join with him. Upon reaching the center, I see her and the others start to morph, blending together and molding into the shape of a man. It was tall and dark, like he was made out of the void itself. It had 4 long, gangly arms that stretched out further and further towards me to snatch me and drag me into it. Every part of it was comprised of the screaming faces as more and more of them continued to conjoin. All around me was a horrific cacophony of their screams. "Join us! Join us!" The last thing I remember hearing before waking up was Jacqueline's voice telling me it was my time to join with him. I almost jumped out of my bed and I didn't go back to sleep again that night. That was almost a month ago. Every day since, I keep seeing them, hearing them, always telling me to join them. Every time I see the thing, him getting closer. I haven't been able to sleep, and I can't function during the day either. I'm always hearing them. I don't know what this thing is or what it'll do when it reaches me in my sleep, but I'm 100% certain that it's something unholy, something horrible. I've been trying pills, but they only last so long before I hear them again. The only hope I have now is that I'm just freaking losing it. That grief is somehow driving me, like it drove Jacqueline with her mother to see this shit. I beg of you, please show me some kind of proof that what I'm seeing isn't real. I'm freaking scared right now. I can hear them right now. Damn it, I don't want to go. Creepypasta. Scritch, scratch, scrutch. There it was again. Jeremy put his hands over his ears and tried to block the noise out, but the scratching against the hardwood sent chills up his spine. Stop that, right now! Jeremy clapped his hands over his mouth, terrified at what he had just done. The scratching under his bed had been happening for 3 weeks. The scratching, the weird noises, and sometimes he thought he heard whimpers and words too amongst the odd sounds. His parents had said, "Oh, you're just dreaming," or "It's just the house settling." But Jeremy knew that it was something under there. He knew in that way that children always know. The scratching stopped and he lay there, silently shivering with the covers pulled up to his chin. He had done it now. Now it would slink out from under his bed and eat him up. It would come towering out from under the bed and hurt him with its long claws or, "Who's there?" said a small voice that was trying to be brave. Jeremy jumped in surprise. That had been a child's voice. The thing under his bed had spoken, and it was a kid, like him. He peeked over the edge of the bed, expecting yellowish eyes or a mouthful of pointed teeth. But no one peeked out from under his bed. After a few seconds of heavy silence, he decided to be brave for a little while longer. I'm Jeremy Bird. Why have you been under my bed all these nights making noise?" "Me?" said the voice, and to Jeremy it sounded terrified. "You're the terrible thing that's been making noises under my bed this whole time?" "No, I haven't," Jeremy said, and he laughed at the absurdity. "Oh, yes you have," said the monster, who was blustering with angry terror. "You growl and roar deep in the night. I've heard you." Jeremy thought for a moment. Does it sound like this? And he pretended to snore. He'd gotten pretty good at it if he wanted to trick his parents so he could stay up a little later. The monster quailed in terror. "Oh no, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have." "That's the noise I make while I sleep, silly," said Jeremy with a laugh. "Oh," said the monster, relieved. "But what about the terrible squealing you make?" it added suspiciously. Jeremy thought about it, and as he thought, he leaned back on the bed and the springs creaked and groaned. That scream, it chills me every time I hear it," said the monster with real terror. "That's just my mattress," Jeremy said. He was becoming less afraid of this monster, as it proved to be more fearful of him. "Well, what about those little noises you make at night? They're so invasive, they make me want to scream." Jeremy thought, what could this creature be talking about? He looked at the glow in the dark stars on his ceiling as he contemplated, and smiled as he remembered how he and his mom had pasted them up there. What small noises late at night could this creature be talking about? He thought, and his silence made the monster cry a little, a high-pitched whine at the back of his throat that made Jeremy cringe. Those are whimpers, Jeremy realized suddenly, understanding the noise as soon as he heard it. Why do you make that sound? It asked, but Jeremy already knew the answer. Because I'm scared of you, he said, feeling a tear slip down his cheek, as he lay in his bed in a child's fear over things his parents will never understand. And because no one believes me. There was a silence for a while. I'm sorry, said the monster in a small, little voice. Jeremy felt himself smile a little. It's okay. I don't think you meant to scare me. It's just in your... No, not that. Well, I am sorry for that, the monster added quickly. But I'm more sorry for what's about to happen to you. Jeremy tensed. What do you mean? Well, I had two monsters, the one in my closet and you. When I told the closet monster I was more afraid of you than him, he told me that he could make you go away. He told me that if I distracted you, he'd catch you off guard and make sure you never scared me again. Jeremy was silent. I'm sorry, said the monster. Please, won't you forgive me? Jeremy didn't answer. Hello? Are you still there? Please don't be mad, I'm sorry. But Jeremy would not answer. The only sound to be heard was the soft drip on the floor and the closet door's light scratch as it pulled shut. Dark Tales. It is said that once, where the cities of man lay now, there was a forest. This forest was unlike any other, with dense sprawling canopies and fresh radiant flowers. No, this forest was not the dwelling of magnificent palaces and fluttering pixies. No, here was something different. Here was the void. A force unlike any other, an unknowable force of nature where the laws of reality were meaningless constructs of human imagination. Time held no power, and death was but a legend, told for the amusement or fright of children. Even the gods feared the void, a place where creation and destruction were concepts warped and twisted. They stayed away, rescinding their blessings and leaving death and darkness behind. The rivers lay barren without rain, the trees withering away. Lightning and thunder fled, the rains swiftly following. Yet somehow, perhaps by the grace of the void, the forest survived, even as the gods hurled wildfire and wretched poison upon the earth. The wretched forest survived. The soulless tree continued to grow, slowly becoming unrecognizable. The water, much to the shock of the gods above and below, returned. But even a drop of that dark fluid was enough to poison the innocent souls, whose only crime was to desire water so much that even the cursed rivers seemed better than death, only to discover that there are indeed things worse than the reaper's scythe. I am still uncertain as to the fates of those poor wretches, but sometimes it is said that their screams can still be heard echoing throughout the forest, accompanied by a dreadful laugh. The berries were like stone, the color and taste stripped from their husks. I have heard that those who eat from the earth of those shadowy woods are condemned to repeat it. But then it is their own flesh that sprouts from the soil, enticing weary travelers to their destruction. Could be truth in that, I suppose. But the worst, that would be the forgotten. Humans that once walked the earth before, by ill fortune or foolish curiosity, discovering the wretched lands. It is unknown how they form or how many there are, but the forgotten are almost the most malignant and treacherous of any creature. To them, killing is as essential as breathing, and they do anything to satisfy their inhuman hunger. The forgotten have no remorse, no reason. To them, death is pleasurable, even lovely. You may wonder why I seek to tell you this. You recall what I said at the beginning, I hope. Cities were built on this land, on this forest. The void, it is returning. Maybe in days, maybe months, perhaps even years. But believe me, it will return. And when it does, the gods will flee and the earth will wail, for there is no escape from the void. All we can do is pray we die before it happens. Traveling horror story. I was traveling to Spain with my ex-boyfriend, and we were connecting in some small Spanish airport to get to the even smaller city we were going to for a comics convention. We were guests. I always just use my iPhone for boarding passes, but after running full throttle through this tiny Spanish airport to get to the gate for our tiny plane, they wouldn't let me through because it wasn't a real boarding pass. So we stood there and quite literally watched our plane fly away as the gate person just stared at us. Then we got screwed around with for about 3 hours, trying to figure out when the next flight was. I swear, they were doing it on purpose. We had to walk back and forth from kiosk to kiosk multiple times. At this point, I hadn't slept in about 20 hours, and I was trying too hard not to go all bitchy American. Finally, we managed to get new boarding passes, but our flight wasn't for 6 hours. So we met an old English gentleman and got wasted at 11 a.m. Night shift worker horror story. I work night shift at a rehab facility. We have a protected gate with a camera looking down from above, and one of those doorbell cameras. In the office, the camera monitor is on one wall and the doorbell monitor is on another. I was doing some paperwork and see this guy walk past, stop for a few seconds, then slowly turned around, walked back, and stared up at the camera. And he kept staring. The facility is in a rough neighborhood, so I'm fairly used to folks hanging out around the gate and usually ignore it. But the way he was staring was off-putting. Like, his eyes and expression were hollow and dead, almost as if he were in deep thought about something horrible. I was pretty sure he was zonked on synthetics. I used the intercom to see if he was okay, but he just kept staring directly at the camera. We have a rule. If it's not hurt or trying to come through the fence, just let it be. No sense in engaging needlessly with somebody potentially hostile or irritating the locals. Y'all, he stood there and stared at that camera for 2 hours. That same dead-eyed expression staring right at me. I did a round and came back to find him gone, which only creeped me out even more. Trucker story. Many years ago, I was on a shift called Meet and Turn. This is where the driver that is domiciled out of the city will drive a load halfway to its destination, while the other driver that meets him halfway and brings the load where it needs to be delivered. I had been doing runs like these for several months, and I found out that I had to meet on point an hour before the other driver arrived. It was a dark and empty lot around 3 a.m., so since there was still some time to kill, I decided to close my eyes and take a short nap. About 10 minutes into my nap, I was awakened by a barking dog. I tried to ignore it, but the bark carried on for several minutes and it grew louder and closer. At this point, it became clear that he's either trying to alert me of something or he's just being a pain in the ass. So I sat up and looked out my window, and what I saw left me motionless. Standing there, inches on the other side of the glass, was a man around 35 years of age. He was a large fellow and he was barking at me. His eyes were crazy, and he was even frothing a little from his mouth. The sheer creepiness struck me, and gently, without making any sudden movements, I reached down and started my truck and slowly started pulling away. As I was doing so, he was chasing after me, much like you would expect an angry dog, and still barking as I kept pulling away. Needless to say, I don't take naps on the job anymore. True crime. Zachary Davis, the sledgehammer killer, murdered his mother, Melanie Davis, while she was asleep in her bed. Zachary Davis is known as the sledgehammer killer who, at 15 years old, murdered his mother, Melanie Davis, while she was sleeping at their home in Hendersonville, Tennessee. In the early hours of August 11, 2012, firefighters were dispatched to Gannett Drive after receiving a call about a house fire with a person still inside. When the firefighters arrived, they entered the home and found Melanie, 48, lying on her bed with her head bloodied and face disfigured. That's when they knew they were dealing with something more than just a house fire. After firefighters extinguished the fire, Melanie's body was removed from the house. It was then handed over to the coroner's office for an autopsy to determine the exact cause of death. When it was completed, the forensic pathologist ruled Melanie's death a homicide, as she had suffered blunt force trauma to the head. Melanie had been struck with an object at least 8 times, and it was later ascertained that it was her teenage son who killed her when he made a full confession. At around 2 a.m. that same day, Summer County Deputy Chris Burgett spotted Zachary walking alone on Nichols Lane. He was carrying a backpack and a satchel, and inside his pockets were a pocket knife, an X-Acto knife, earplugs, a cigarette lighter, tissues, and a set of keys. Zachary also had his school ID card. He was a sophomore at Station Camp High School, where Burgett also worked as a resource officer, but he said he vaguely remembered the teen from school. Burgett took Zachary to the police station without incident, and it was there that they interrogated him for over an hour about the events that led up to the murder and fire. Zachary told them that shortly after 9 p.m. on August 10, 2012, he returned to his home with his mother and brother, Josh, after they went to the movie theater, where they watched The Champion. Melanie, a paralegal, said she was going to bed. That's when Zachary said he went to his bedroom and started packing his belongings. Then, for several hours, he contemplated his mother's murder before he went to the garage and retrieved a sledgehammer. Zachary went to his mother's room, where she was fast asleep, and hovered over her for a few moments before striking her on the head multiple times, crushing her skull. As he was hitting her, Zachary said on Dr. Phil's show that he laughed because he thought she deserved what he was doing to her. According to a journal entry on August 10, 2012, Zachary wrote that after moving into their new house, his brother began sexually assaulting him, and apparently she didn't do anything about it. His brother would later deny the allegations during the trial and called it ridiculous. In another journal entry dated August 10, 2012, he wrote, quote, "I killed Melanie and left Josh alone to suffer. I didn't feel anything. I didn't feel remorse. My only true regret was that I didn't give her a faster death. I didn't want her to suffer." End quote. Zachary later changed his story. He said he killed his mother because she wasn't taking care of the family, and he said he had had enough. Law enforcement officers debunked his claims. They said Melanie took good care of her children after Zachary's father died in 2007 from ALS, also called amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, or Lou Gehrig's illness. After Zachary killed his mother, he said he went to the bonus room and set it on fire using gasoline and whiskey. His plan was to burn his brother alive while he was sleeping in his bedroom. His plan fell through when the alarm went off and woke up Josh, who went to Melanie's bedroom where he found her dead. Josh then ran to a neighbor's house for help. Meanwhile, Zachary discarded the murder weapon along with a butcher knife behind the house. He then hid the black t-shirt he was wearing behind the Cambridge Market on Long Hollow Pike. Zachary was arrested. He was charged with first-degree murder, including a criminal attempt to commit first-degree murder and aggravated arson. He was transported to a juvenile facility where he awaited trial. Randy Lucas, Zachary's attorney at the time, said in a statement, quote, "Anyone who encountered Zach, teachers, neighbors, immediate family members, knew something was deeply wrong. His school knew, his mother knew, but nothing was done." End quote. In September 2012, a judge decided that Zachary would be tried as an adult because he said there was nothing the juvenile system could do to help him, CBS News reported. County District Attorney Ray Whitley said, quote, "It was a horrific murder, and the judge made the observation that it was also a savage murder and that Zachary Davis could not be handled in the juvenile court." End quote. Following a 4-day trial in April 2015, a jury of 7 men and 5 women deliberated for 3 hours before finding Zachary guilty of murdering his mother and attempting to kill his brother. Zachary was sentenced to life in prison, followed by an additional 20 years for the attempted murder of his brother. In 2016, he requested a new trial, but it was denied. Glitch in the Matrix. My boyfriend and I both have our own vehicles. I drive a black Jeep and he drives a white Escape. He was at work yesterday till 4:30 p.m., and I got off work at around 11 a.m. and decided to go to my friend's house for a little bit. My friend came outside when I got to her house and we walked into her house together. Almost 20 minutes later, I realized I left my cigarettes in the Jeep, so I went out to go get them. As I walked out the door, I seen my boyfriend's white Escape, which I do drive a lot, sitting in the driveway. I was confused because it was about 1:30 p.m. and my friend lives 45 minutes away. I walked up to the Escape to see what he was doing there, and no one was in the car. I looked around and realized I didn't see the Jeep, so I took the keys out of my pocket to hit the lock button to make it make a sound to see where it was, and I pulled out the keys to the Escape, which would have been impossible because my boyfriend took the Escape to work, and we only had one set of keys for that car. I put the keys back in my pocket to run inside and ask my friend what car I pulled up in. She looked at me like I had lost my mind and said I pulled up in the Jeep. I told her the Escape is in the driveway and not the Jeep. We went outside so I could show her, and the Jeep was back and the Escape was gone. She seen how freaked out I was, and we went to look at the security cameras, and from right before I pulled into where my friend and I walked out of her house again, the camera wasn't working, which she claims has never happened. We sat outside till I left because if it was going to happen again, I wanted to see it happen. I ended up leaving an hour or so later, but I honestly was nervous to get in the car because I literally thought it was going to glitch out again and I end up somewhere I don't want to be. This was one of the weirdest things I have had happen to me and wouldn't believe it if it hadn't happened to me. Has anyone had something like this happen to them before? Creepy encounters. This just happened about 50 minutes ago. My sister and I work at the same place, so we ride together. I drive and she's the passenger/DJ. It's about a good 20-minute drive from where we stayed, so we leave a little early so we can get clocked in at our building at a good time. We turned from our apartment and got on the highway. Despite having to be up early every morning, today felt okay. The wind was blowing just enough. We were playing chill music. Everything just seemed perfect. We got to the light and there was this Hispanic guy in a white beat-up SUV tapping his brakes to his music. We look over at him because his car was jerking and it's pretty early in the morning, but his music seemed to be the only thing you could hear other than a few big trucks that were on the road. The light changed and he punches it down the highway, but couldn't get far in his lane because of the truck that was in front of him. We get to the next light and he's almost stomping on the brakes this time and is looking at us as he does this. The light changes and he punches the gas once again. The further you get down the highway, the darker it gets. The guy begins weaving through cars as fast as he can and ends up way ahead of us. What he does next makes both of us say, "What in the F?" The guy slows down and gets right behind us and he's staring at us. I could tell because I glanced in the rearview mirror a couple of times and his inside light was on. It's like he notices that we were looking at him and flicks on his brights. Whatever speed we're going, it's like he matches it perfectly while staying dangerously close to us the whole time. He does this for 10 minutes straight. It felt like forever. I began to speed up, and usually there are cops posted at various areas, but there were none. So, at this point, I'm speeding, trying to get away from this guy. Unfortunately, to get to our workplace, we had to take a back road. As we turned onto the back road, so does he. I stomped on the gas and, at this point, we're flying down the back road. I'm not really worried about potential deer or other animals. I'm just trying to get my sister and me away from this guy ASAP. He speeds up and is right on us, like our cars are connected. Then he slows down and puts some distance between us, but then he gets right back on us. He does this for the remainder of our drive. The roads seem longer today. We're just hoping that this nightmare ends soon. The same song he was listening to when we first saw him seemed to be on repeat, and I was definitely tired of hearing it. We got close to the four-way stop that leads to the gate we have to badge to get into. Before we got to the four-way, the guy thankfully slows down and turns off a side road. We don't know if he knew there was a workplace up the way we were going or not. We were just glad we were going into a place that he couldn't have easily gotten into. This was probably the only time we were happy to come into work. Stalker Story, Part 1 and 2. Now I'm 26, living with my fiance in Utah. But for the previous 25 years, I lived in the middle of nowhere, North Louisiana. I'm an only child and was severely sheltered as a kid. I went to a super small school, 300 students pre-K through 12th grade, and I was the outcast of the outcast. I'm not really sure why. Maybe it was because I was that goth kid that always drew creepy pictures in her little notebook and hung out with the kids who ended up going to juvie while in high school. I feel like if anyone actually got to know me, they would have seen that behind this small, shy girl was a fun girl who loved art, animals, and pretty much anything to do outside. Needless to say, I didn't date much before age 18. I had one loser boyfriend my sophomore year. He went to another school and was the cousin of my best friend forever from church. But pretty much I had this terrible self-image where I must be too ugly or weird for anyone to love me. During my senior year of high school, I had my own car so I could go see the few friends I did have. The main one being my BFF from church. She had an older brother, I'll call him B, who I knew had a crush on me for several years. Being sheltered and thinking that no one would ever love a funny-looking dork like me, I finally fell hard in love with this guy. Now, B and his family were originally from South Arkansas. Cue the banjos. They were hardworking people, but needless to say, they were pretty hillbilly. Not saying that's necessarily a bad thing. My own family was glorified rednecks themselves. But B's plan for me was to get married to him, move into a trailer house behind his parents' house, and be a stay-at-home mom. That is not at all what I wanted, but at the same time, I wasn't really sure what I wanted. I had a small scholarship to a good university, so I knew I had it in me to pursue a career. But as far as finding a husband, I thought B was the best I could ever do. He seemed to love me and take care of me, and I even lost my virginity to him. Now that I've painted this lovely picture, I'll get on with the stalking. After about a year of college, I finally became pretty. I started doing my makeup better, actually doing something with my hair, and my body finally started looking like a woman instead of an 8-year-old boy. I wasn't the only one who noticed. Boys were actually taking interest in me for the first time, and I ate it up. Of course, I wasn't going to cheat on B, but after a while, he began to change. He didn't like me talking to other boys, didn't like not knowing where I was at all hours of the day and night. I couldn't hang out with my new friends without him, and he just became super overbearing. Finally, I had had enough, and I broke up with him one night via phone call. The whole conversation was me saying it's over and him apologizing and crying about how much he loved me and didn't want me to leave him. Finally, I just hung up on him and went to bed. He tried to call me back all night, but I didn't answer. The next day, I went to school like normal, but as a free woman. I was in psychology class talking to my guy friend and told him about the breakup. Then I started getting texts from B. "I'm coming to your school. I just want to talk in person about this." I should note that he had wrecked his truck a few weeks earlier, so I knew there was no way for him to drive the 30 to 40 minutes to my school. Also, he had never been to this university, so there's no way on earth he could even know where I was. My own mother wouldn't even be able to find me. I just shrugged off B's text and turned off my phone for class. After class, I turned my phone back on, and it started blowing up with texts, all from B. "I'm on my way. I'm here. Where are you? I found the building. What classroom are you in? I'm waiting outside your classroom. Come out here and talk to me. Class is over. I see all the students leaving. Where are you? Where are you? I'm waiting. I know you're here. Come out and talk to me." Yes, class was over and all the other students were leaving, but I couldn't move. I was just standing there staring at my phone with my guy friend as these texts popped up one by one. My friend asked me if I wanted him to walk out with me. I said yes, but I knew there wasn't anything he could do. B was over 6 foot and about 80% muscle, and my friend was about 5'4" and a little on the chubby side. But we walked out together, and sure enough, there stood B just standing there in the hall in front of the door. My friend asked if I wanted him to stay, but I said no because I thought I could handle B on my own. I won't lie, I was a little freaked out. I knew he would never hurt me, especially on a college campus surrounded by people. B and I went to go get lunch and talk. I asked him how on earth did he find me. This is his story. He said that he hitchhiked to my school. When he got to campus, he stopped a student and asked if they knew me. The student said, "Yeah, I know her. She's probably in psychology class." And he pointed out the building. He went in and asked the secretary if she could pull up my schedule and tell him when I would be getting out of class. She did, and told him what classroom I was in and that class would be getting out shortly. I don't believe a single bit of that story. Number one, this was 2012. No one picks up hitchhikers, not even in the South. Number two, my university wasn't the biggest, but still big enough that you didn't know everyone. Number three, I was an art major. There's no way the secretary of the psychology building would have access to my schedule or any student's schedule for that matter. To this day, I still don't know how he found me. My mom thinks he bugged my phone. I didn't know he was smart enough to do such a thing. When I got home, I told my mom what had happened. She freaked out and took me to get a new phone number the next day. Since B's sister was my BFF, it wasn't hard for him to get my new phone number though. Like I said, I'm a dumb girl who thought I couldn't do better, so I ended up taking him back for a few more months. But I finally came to my senses and dumped him for good. After that, my parents started noticing an old pickup truck that would drive by our house real slow, turn around in the neighbor's drive, then drive real slow back by our house. Later, I found out that he moved to Arkansas with his parents, and I didn't hear from him for several years. In about 2017, I got word that he had moved back to Louisiana, and he started trying to add me on all of my social media accounts. I told his sister that I didn't want to see or hear from him, and would she please tell him to stop messaging me. She told me that the reason he was hitting me up was because since he was back, he was just trying to get in touch with people he knew, and that I was overreaching. Maybe I was overreaching, but still, I did feel a little safer since I had moved out of my parents' house. But I know he still knows where their house is. I'm sure my dad would run him off though, like a good Southern dad. Thankfully, this experience helped me to realize that I am worth someone better. I live in Utah now with my wonderful fiance who only wants only the best for me. Here's part 2 to my story. I have already written about my first stalker encounter. Pretty much, I was a sheltered girl with a terrible self-image. I dated a guy who ended up stalking me after I tried to break up with him. After that, I started realizing that I am in fact attractive and deserve better. But I was a wild child and preferred to hang out with the bad boys. Therefore, I dated a few more absolute losers before finding my own fiance. One of these exes was a guy. I'll call him M. M was a cousin to my BFF from high school, and he lived 5 hours away in New Orleans. He was a cook in an Irish restaurant. During my week-long breaks from college, I would go down to New Orleans to visit him. Like any other relationship, it started out great. He was nice, caring, funny, a nerd, etc. He would come up to see me every once in a while, but mostly I would go down to see him. Long-distance relationships aren't easy, and I understand that it's easy to cheat, and the other person would have no clue. I, however, never cheated on M, but for some reason, he began to get it in his head that I had. Towards the end of our relationship, I could predict every day like clockwork. I would wake up to a text from M saying good morning. I would go to school and then work. All during the day, M would be as nice as he could be. Of course, I did have to tell him where I was and what I was doing throughout the day. At first, I was thinking he would ask these questions because he didn't want to disturb me while I was in class or work. But then he would text me during class asking, "Are you really in class or are you with someone?" I would assure him I was in fact in class or work, and then he would go back to being his funny, happy self. But at the end of the day, when we would get off work, his personality would do a 180. I started to regret nighttime because I knew what was coming. He would take the streetcar home after work every day. He wouldn't get home until 2 a.m., and when he did, he would unload with questions about my day. "What did you do today? Are you sure that's all you did? 'Cause it's the same thing you did yesterday. Are you sure you're not cheating on me? I think you're lying. Tell me who you were with. Who is he? I have some buddies who go to your school. I'll just have them keep an eye on you." After several hours of me trying to convince him that I am not cheating on him, he would do another 180. "I'm sorry, baby, I believe you. It's just all the stress I'm under at work. With you so far away, I can't help but think that you might be with someone else. I'm sorry, baby, please forgive me. I just want to talk before bed." By this time, it's about 3 or 4 a.m., and I have to wake up at 6:30 to get to my 8 a.m. class. Needless to say, that got old real quick. I started telling him that I'm not fighting anymore at bedtime and that I need my freaking sleep. This made him even more suspicious, of course. One day, when my class was over, I was talking with one of my male classmates about an upcoming project. We walked to the parking lot together and was just talking at his car. It started to rain, so we sat in his car to continue our conversation. Absolutely nothing happened. We just talked about an art project. Then, suddenly, I got a call from M. I answered and he asked me what the hell I was doing in the car with that guy. Now remember, he's 5 hours away. I asked him how the heck does he know this? He said, "Turn around and look out the back. Do you see that guy up on the hill? That's my friend. He gets out of class the same time you do and watches to make sure you go to your car." I told him to describe the car since at first I didn't believe him. He described the car to a T, all the way to the stickers on the bumper. I looked, and sure enough, there was a guy standing on the hill looking at the car with a cell phone. I tried to assure him that this is just a friend to whom I had no interest in whatsoever. He wouldn't stop till I left and got in my car and drove away. He then told me to never do that again, and if I did, he would know. I freaked out on him. I had sort of learned from my other stalking experiences and told him that he had better stop stalking me, or I was gonna have to break up with him. He sensed that I was serious and said he would stop. He said he was doing it for my protection, since he couldn't be here to protect me himself. Things got a little bit better after that, but in no time they were right back to the same old, same old. I broke up with M after only 6 months of dating. One night after we broke up, I was hanging out with my BFF and cousin. She started apologizing about M's behavior. Apparently, he was on drugs for years and in and out of jail. I had absolutely no idea. When I was in New Orleans visiting, he would be the best, no fighting or anything. I guess he was clean while I was there and druggy when I wasn't. I still don't know. My best friend then tells me that no one in her family really liked him, and the only reason she allowed me to date him was because she thought I could change him for the better. Obviously, I cannot. After M, I fell into a series of other losers, but no more stalkers. To this day, I'm very independent, and I can't stand my actions questioned, especially when I'm not doing anything wrong. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not normal behavior. And if you're in a relationship like this, get out now. It will only make you miserable and crazy. That's not love, it's possession. True horror story. This story is not about a ghost or an encounter with a creepy stranger. It's not even about a near-death experience or something like that. As a matter of fact, I was never in danger during the event I'm about to tell you about. Nonetheless, it's a disturbing memory that I will carry with me until the day I die. I grew up in a small city, the kind of place you could barely call a town if it wasn't for the sheer number of people living there. Downtown was only a couple of blocks long, and the middle of it was one of the biggest buildings in the area. It was the local movie theater, named after the city. I remember going there when I was very young, about 7 years old, and watching the first Pokemon movie. It was probably nothing compared to the theaters we have nowadays, but back then it was huge for me. I loved it. So, a few years later, I heard the cinema was going out of business. I felt really sad about it. The building was sold to a religious group that used it for their services. You know the type. Loud music, big crowds with their arms in the air singing prayers, some having seizures on stage while the pastor yells through a mic. Yeah, that kind. Every time I walked past the old cinema, I would see the announcements of the congregation where the movie posters should have been, and if they were in session, you could hear them singing from the other side of the street. This group owned the cinema for nearly a decade, until the local government bought back the building in order to restore it as a historic landmark of the city. When this happened, I was studying construction with the intent to follow architecture or civil engineering at college, and my class was very lucky to be involved with the cinema's restoration project because two of our teachers were architects working on it. I will always remember the day we went to visit the old cinema. Our class was small, only a handful of students, but we were all around the same age, so we all shared childhood memories of when the cinema was operational. We ran through the corridors of the auditorium, sat in the chairs just like we did when we were kids, and began stomping on the wood floor with our feet, filling the entire room with the echoes of our drumming and our laughters, a little ritual of sorts everyone used to do right before the beginning of the movie. Once nostalgia time was over, we went back to the purpose of the trip and began to survey the building. We were very excited because that was a unique opportunity to go into the places we would never have been allowed to otherwise. So we made sure to check every last corner, every single room, no matter how far, no matter how obscure. The first one we found was below the stage. On one of the corners, there was a little door, not very visible, probably because it was meant for maintenance staff only. Behind it, we found a long room filled with rusty boilers, part of the old heating system that was no longer in use. The place was a little creepy, with all of those old tanks and pipes crowding the narrow space. But what we found past them was what really started to freak us out. This room was small, very small. It was, after all, basically just leftover space behind the boilers. Yet it contrasted so much with the rest of the area around it. It may as well have been from a different place altogether. The walls were painted a light color. While I think, but I don't remember it very well because what really got my attention were the drawings in them. There were rainbows, a smiling sun, trees and flowers, and happy little people with smiles on their faces of dotted eyes. It was a daycare. The whole class and teacher gathered to see the discovery. We were all very confused about the strange placing of this room. Okay, we could understand the need for a place to keep the kids that were too little to be amongst the crowd during prayers, or maybe the ones of the people who work there. but the placing was just odd. The stage was probably one of the loudest places in the auditorium during the services, and this was right below it, so there was no way it could be a quiet place for the children. We left the boiler's room and continued on our tour through the theater, a little puzzled about our finding, but not giving it too much thought. Outside of the auditorium, there were the bathrooms, both in terrible condition, the ticket sales booth, and a huge set of stairs that led to a mezzanine in the auditorium. Half of the seats there were totally ruined due to a water leak in the roof, and I cursed these people for not taking proper care of the building. With that part done, all that was left was the projection room on the 3rd floor. Behind the tickets booth, there was a door that led to a spiral staircase. I don't remember how tall it actually was, but it must have been over 10 meters of metallic steps, without a single resting spot. I wasn't exactly an athlete, but I could walk several kilometers with no problem, and rode on a bike to and from school every single day. Yet, by the time I reached the top of the stairs, I was exhausted. And I wasn't the only one. All of my classmates complained about how hard it was to walk up there. After a short break to catch our breath, we moved on to explore the 3rd floor. It was roughly a narrow passageway with a couple of divisions to form different rooms, but it was more than enough for what it was made for. The first room from the stairs was a storage deposit, probably where they kept the movies and other equipment, and except for some trash, it was mostly empty. The second room was the one we were all excited to see, the projector room. The old machine was so big that it was still there, and there was even some pieces scattered around. It was quite a piece of history, and we were all very thrilled to check it out. So no one really bothered to move on to the very last room until we were about to leave. And there, we saw it again. There was a train in this one instead of a rainbow. Something was written on it in big, colorful letters. Something about Christ. I can't remember it well. The drawings were a bit old. The paint slightly peeled from the walls, but the colors were just as cheerful as you would expect for a place where children play. My heart sank to my stomach as I came to the realization of what that place really was, the one behind the boilers probably serving the same purpose. I took notice of how isolated that room was, literally the furthest away you could possibly get from everyone else. I thought about the 3 floors of stairs and imagined what it would have been like to a child to walk all the way up only to end up in that room, the room with the colorful train in the wall. My classmates and I exchanged horrified expressions, as I knew they were thinking the same thing. We never visited the theater again, even though we continued with the restoration project for several months, and we never talked about those 2 rooms. Cases of molestation in the church are well known by everyone, to the point that the pedo priest is practically a cliché. But this is the kind of thing you think happens in some place far away, in another city, hell, even in another country. You never imagine it could happen in the very same town you live in, the place where you grew up, in the very same building where you once watched a Pokemon movie when you were just 7 years old. A short, scary story. I was scrolling YouTube when I saw the channel pop up on my feed. It said, "Recommended for you," beneath a dark thumbnail image. Something about it called out to me, and I clicked on it unthinkingly. A loud baritone voice began to speak, filling my living room with sound. Strangely, I can't remember what it said, only the deep, entrancing way in which it spoke, and the insidious pain of it boring into my brain like the dentist's drill during a root canal. It was painful but new and exciting. It's hard to explain, but I suppose the sensation could be compared to eating spicy food or some other less PG-13 activities. Hurts so good, as they say. My head was swimming with endorphins and adrenaline, and all I wanted to do was watch the video again. So I clicked the replay button. My head was buzzing afterwards, my ears ringing. A warm trickle of something wet was leaking from each side of my head, and I raised my fingers to touch the dampness of blood running down my cheeks, both from my ears and my eyes. I remember laughing then, the reverberations of my demented chuckle ringing off the walls of the living room as I stared at the blank black screen and the replay button waiting to be clicked, begging for it. My teeth hurt, my knees were wobbling, and my hands were shaking as I maneuvered the mouse to click on the elusive button to give me another fix, another hit, another bump of pain and power, and something clinked as it hit the floor. The video was over again. I looked down to see not one, but several of my teeth had fallen out without me noticing. They sat on the floor, staring up at me. "Watch it again," my bloody molar said. "You know you want to," coaxed an incisor just next to it. I hit the button and the video began to play once more. And after that, I must have watched it again, several dozen more times in fact. When I opened my eyes and looked around, I saw that it was morning. Birds were making high, cheerful, chirping noises from just outside. They would enjoy this too, I thought. Everyone needs to see this. So I sent the link to everyone I knew and then began moving furniture. With an extension cord, I hooked up the big TV outside on my front lawn. My eyes were tired and were closing involuntarily. Blood was dripping from the holes where my teeth had been and was running for my ears and eyes. I left footprints everywhere as I limped in and out, getting everything set up. Finally, it was done. A small crowd of neighbors had gathered, seeing my bloody progress and wondering what I was up to. "Watch," I said, hitting play. "You're gonna love this." The rules of horror. Do you want to be a cult leader? Do you want devoted followers who will live for you, breathe for you, die for you? Do you want to live in the lap of luxury funded all by the idiotic masses of the world? Then cult leading and mass hysteria induction is the instructional guide for you. It's much more simple than one might think. And with only a single purchase of $59.99, you can live the dream. And you, lucky viewer, have just made the purchase of a lifetime. Now, you may have noticed the short runtime of this premium VHS experience, but fret not, my dear Premier. At the end of these 5 simple rules, you'll have the troglodytes of the world drooling at your grandeur. Let's begin, shall we? Rule number 1. Be charismatic. Every ruler has to have a personality to follow. Be enigmatic, be sporadic, and show some new and fun sides of yourself. Throw a lavish party, hold extravagant sermons, make promises you can't keep. Execute a non-believer for the slightest transgression. Demonstrate to your followers that you are their one true shepherd. Rule number 2, stick to the scripture. Every good cult leader has their own book of horrors to lead by. Show your sheeple the plights of the future and spook them into submission. Teach those who poke holes and reward those who eat it up like the useless pawns they were always meant to be. Make laws and rules to benefit the unknown horrors only you can see. Though don't fret, dear Bishop, for everyone will see its greatness in due time. Be efficient in your proselytizing and be sure to spread our word far and wide. Number 3, be ruthless. Remove inconsistencies and inconveniences in your life. They mean nothing to you now that you've achieved your true goal of total control. Don't allow anyone to question your rule. Implement systems to turn your followers against each other. And be sure we're keeping everyone honest. With you, with themselves, with me. Rule number 4. Don't forget your place in this world. You may have reached the pinnacle of status in this world, but we all know that you serve a purpose to us, to the ones above you. Above it all, remember who you are and the things you'll never become. Rule number 5, follow. Obey the commands of the beings who gave you this power. Never question us, never think. Continue your role in the pyramid of power. Now, submit. Humanoid encounter. I haven't used Reddit in a while. Mainly use Twitter nowadays for my social media urges. But I didn't really know where else to put this, so I'm making a return. Last night I got a call from a military buddy that he was looking for a ride home from the bar and didn't want to spend $30 on an Uber ride. I said sure, I was hungover myself and figured it would help to drive with the windows down and get some air. It was probably 12:30 a.m. and I was driving around my neighborhood trying to take an alternate route that I hadn't taken before but knew about. Basically one that went through residential areas and stayed off the bigger, more populated routes. I didn't really want to fight traffic the entire way getting downtown. So, as I'm driving, everything was normal. I was listening to some random podcast about World War II, but then, as I'm passing this one random house, a couple streets down from mine, there's a kid standing in the front yard right on the edge of the road. To be honest, this doesn't sound that weird, but looking back, it was past midnight and this kid was maybe 10 to 11 years old. He had on a red shirt, tan shorts, and sneakers with a blonde bowl cut. Totally normal looking kid. So as I'm coming up to this kid, I get to a speed bump and had to slow down, so I was able to get a better look at him. He wasn't playing. He wasn't running around. No other kids were with him. He was just standing completely still and meeting my gaze as I'm going past. Like, the entire way down the street, he doesn't stop staring. And after I had passed him, I keep looking at my rearview mirror, and he still doesn't stop looking. He doesn't cross the street or go back to playing around, he just keeps staring at my truck. On the drive back, I told my friend after picking him up about the kid, and he was interested, so I took him back through the same way where I saw the kid. This time, he wasn't there. Fast forward to when me and my friend get back to my place, sitting in my living room, shooting the shit, watching YouTube, and we hear the super fast, quiet knocking at the door. Like so quiet my AC almost completely smothered the sound. It's like 1:30 a.m. at this point, and both my roommates are out of town for the long weekend, so I was kind of weary of answering the door. I peek out the window next to the front door and see no one there. Honestly, this could have just been a tree limb hitting the roof near the front door, but in that moment, it was like I was having a heart attack, thinking I'd seen the kid there. Later, when I was in bed, just laying there, I heard a few more random knocks in different places. My room is right next to the front door and goes out onto the patio that the front door connects to. These knocks could have been at the front door or just in some random spot in the house. At this point, I was so tired I really didn't care to worry about it and passed out. Waking up this morning, thinking about it, those knocks creeped me out a little bit more, but just doing a walkthrough of my front patio, nothing was out of the regular, so there's not much else to go on. I know this really isn't the most bone-chilling story, but kinda goes to show how kids can be so creepy with zero effort. Let's not meet. This story happened when I was about 13 or 14. I grew up in a town with a lot of walking and hiking trails and forest area, about a 10-minute walk from my house. So I spent a lot of time outside. One of my best friends, we'll call him Anthony, lived in the neighborhood across from mine. I would frequently walk to his house to knock on his door and see whether he wanted to join me in biking aimlessly around town. On this particular day, he decided to join me, and we went down to the local lake, an extremely popular spot during the summer. It's never empty. There's a trail right next to the local library which leads to the lake. We decided to hang out by the trail entrance as it was right next to a tunnel that ran under the street above, providing good shade and amplification for listening to music together off of our iPods. This tunnel was probably a good 20 feet long or so, with the only easy path back up to the street above being the paved one on one side. The trail itself is gravel, with trees on both sides. No easy way to get off with a bike unless you use the designated entrances and exits. Anthony and I were hanging out on the opposite side of the tunnel from the trail entrance, so as not to bother any families getting on the trail with our music. We had our bikes leaned up against the side of the tunnel when I noticed a man coming through the opposite end, right next to the trail entrance. He entered the tunnel, and once he was about 15 feet away, he called out, "I'm a," insert city name here, "police officer." It didn't take more than a 2-second glance to tell that he wasn't. He was wearing cargo shorts, a green tank top, sandals, and a big military-style backpack. Even from about 15 feet away, I could tell that his skin looked very greasy. His hair was unkempt. I immediately knew something bad was about to happen, and my adrenaline started to rush. I turned to my friend and just yelled at him, "Anthony, run!" To which he got on his bike and began to ride off. The man was standing between us and the trail entrance, so there was no easy way for us to take off without either needing to go directly past him or down the trail in the opposite direction. Anthony chose to try for the main entrance that the man was blocking. As he rode past, the man reached out and grabbed his arm. Anthony sort of stopped, but the man was more focused on me and ended up letting go, to which Anthony quickly took off. I knew I wouldn't be as lucky as Anthony was if I tried to push my way past the man, so I immediately started looking for other ways to run. I noticed that there was actually a small dirt trail on the same end of the tunnel that we had been. I tried to take my bike up it, and the man yelled out behind me, "Didn't your parents ever teach you not to run from the freaking cops?" The trail grew too small for me to carry my bike down, so I just dropped it on the ground and continued running, hoping that this side trail led back to the street, where he at least wouldn't be able to hurt me without witnesses. He chased me about halfway down the trail, but eventually turned around. I ended up coming out at the library and quickly ran to the top of the tunnel so that I could see what he was doing. All I saw was him riding off on my bike. I called the cops, and they came to my house to give me a lineup after I walked home. I instantly identified the guy. Apparently he and his twin brother were homeless and on meth, which would explain his demeanor and motivation. They were known for stealing bikes in the area, but never so brazenly. I was just glad that the situation wasn't worse because based on his substance use, he very easily could have taken violence at the drop of a hat. So, to the fake cop that stole my bike, I hope I never meet you again. Backwoods Creepy. About 15 years ago, I lived in Sulphur, Oklahoma. My playground? The Chickasaw National Recreation Area. I love that park so much. I rode more miles on my bike than anywhere else. I've walked nearly every trail and rode every road. Every day I would ride my mountain bike up and down the trails and would be home by nightfall most days. One night, however, I had rode out a bit further than usual. On my way back, however, I decided to ride the trail from an area known as Buffalo Springs, where they have live buffalo roam, and there is a large spring and fountain there for all to enjoy. As I was riding back, I knew the end of the trail was coming up, and I would have to cross a stone bridge across the creek, then up the road to my home. It was dark at this time, and all I had to use to see was the full moon. I was maybe a few hundred yards from it when I got a sharp pain in my left thigh. I stopped and looked around to see what just hit me. Then I heard a noise sounding like something hitting the ground hard in front of me. There was a rock about the size of a baseball rolling across the trail. Me, confused, starts to look up the side of this hill. Just as I turn my head to look, I almost fall off my bike when another rock comes flying down and hitting my front wheel. I finally have my eyes adjust to look and see someone very tall and dark and covered in hair at the top of the hill throwing things at me and screaming. I yelled I had a cell phone and was going to call the police. I didn't actually have one as I didn't have a cell phone yet. This seemed to have pissed it or him off. He started charging down the hill at me. I, for obvious reasons, lifted up the bike and took off. Just as I crossed the bridge, I heard a huge splashing noise in the creek and seen it was a large rock that had been thrown. I was in the clear to home, but was frightened all the way there. I went to the ranger station later the next morning and told a ranger I knew there about what happened. He says, "So you were attacked by Bigfoot?" Snidely laughing. "I don't know what it was, but something was trying to hurt me out there." "Okay, Justin. If I have any more Bigfoots, I'll let you know what we get." I just said fine and left. The very next week, I was riding in the daylight when PR pulled up next to me and said for me to get in. I asked why. He said he needed to show me something. We headed to the police department in town. Before we got out of the car, he turns to me and says, "Justin, I have to give you a huge apology. I will be honest that I didn't believe you when you told me that story of you being attacked. However, it has come to my attention that a couple was out in the same area last night and was attacked in the same way, saying that they had seen a large hairy creature throwing rocks and sticks and screaming at them. They called the police and they came out with some of the other rangers, including myself. I immediately thought about what you had told me. When we arrived and started up the hill, sure enough, we were having rocks and things thrown at us. Guns drawn and yelling. 2 officers tackled a man to the ground. He was 6'5" tall, naked, covered in mud, and had long hair with a large beard. He had escaped from the Veterans Center across Veterans Lake. Apparently, he thought he was back in Vietnam and he was trying to take out the enemy. PR said I was very lucky because he was trying to kill me. We went inside so I could give the police my statement as to what had happened. That had him sent to a more secure facility elsewhere. To this day, I still get the shivers when I hike that trail, and I always keep my eyes on the ridge top. Paranormal encounters. I've experienced ghosts in all shapes, forms, situations, etc. since I was like 3. But this experience I had was so different. I woke up one night to use the bathroom. We have what I call a toilet room. You know, a small room that only has a toilet in it. Anyway, when you sit on the toilet and look straight ahead, you can see the big mirror above the sink, and in the reflection, you can see into our closet, which is to the left of the toilet room if you're sitting on the toilet. I'm sitting in the dark peeing and look straight into the mirror. In the doorway of my closet is this bright, glowing, and illuminated person or thing. Sort of like the picture I included, except not that long of a neck. I looked, waiting for it to disappear, thinking I am seeing things. It doesn't. I swear it felt like it said, "Oh shit, she sees me." But not aloud. Like I heard it in my mind. And it felt like it stared at me more intently. But it didn't have a face, no features. Just everything was white. Except it felt like it was staring, and the energy around just increased so much. Like it was building and building and building. I immediately went into fight or flight mode. I couldn't run because I was on the toilet, pants down. My kids and husband in the room. Our bathroom is connected to our room. So all I could think of was to shut the door and turn on the light. Immediately after the door shut, the energy seemed to just stop. I kind of knew it was gone, but I still slowly opened the door to see if it was still there. It wasn't. It was so bright, but like the picture, it didn't illuminate anything around it. My closet was still pitch black around it. The bathroom was still dark, but this thing was so bright. Like I've said in the beginning, I've seen ghosts, felt them, heard them, you name it. I've probably been through it. I know what a spirit feels like, and this thing didn't feel like a spirit. It didn't feel dead. It felt very much alive. It felt sort of intelligent. I think I'm terrified because I have absolutely no reference to what I just saw. Like you see a furry-tailed creature in the woods and you think, ooh, Bigfoot. You see a little green thing with big eyes and you think, alien. You see a humanish thing with a tail in the ocean and you think, look, it's a mermaid. All because you have heard people sing these things, or you just have a reference of hearing stories or seeing pictures. This thing I saw, nothing. I've watched so many paranormal shows, so I've heard a lot of stories, and not once have I heard about someone seeing something like this. If I had to guess, and I know, trust me, I know how crazy I sound, but if I had to guess, it almost felt like this was a being from another dimension or something. That maybe somehow it slipped into our reality, which is why it seemed confused that I could see it. Please be nice. I know how crazy this sounds. I've been bothered by this for months. I don't ever leave that closet door open at night. I just want to know if there is someone out there that has experienced this or has heard something like this. Trucker stories. My most common run is Vancouver to San Francisco. It's an easy trip most of the time with very little challenge involved. I tend to prefer driving into the night because there's less traffic. Of course, driving around in the middle of nowhere during witching hour means I've seen my fair share of things. UFOs, Bigfoots, the works, man. But none of that stuff has ever scared me nearly as bad as the people you see walking along the shoulder of the road far from civilization. I noticed my first one on my junior run down south on the number 5. It was a lady in a blue summer dress, just strolling down the side of the highway underneath the full moon, not a care in the world. Now, we were on a stretch that was miles and miles from anything in either direction, and I was the first person on the road that she'd likely seen since dusk. She didn't even look up to acknowledge me, though. Instead, she just kept walking with a sort of vacant smile. I chalked it up to some hippie from the Oregon Trail, hopped up on something from a nearby campsite and kept driving. But she was only the first. It's not every trip you spot them, but sometimes you see a few on a single go. It always struck me as strange because you never seem to see them during the day. Or maybe you do, and they don't stick out as much under the sun. Even so, once you know they're there, you'll start noticing the hell out of them whenever you're driving far from civilization in the dark. The other truckers call them moon wonders, and I prefer shoulder walkers, since that's always where they are. Almost like trains on the track, they walk that little white line to wherever they're going. They're different shapes and sizes too. Men, women, tall, fat, ugly, pretty. Just folks like you'd see anywhere. Sure, they're creepy, but for a long time I didn't pay them any mind beyond noticing them on occasion in the split second that they were visible as I cruised past. But one night, a few months ago, I passed what looked like an old lady. She was in a hospital gown and looked like someone on death row. Sunken, given up on life sort of eyes, frizzy white hair, and pale skin. She was smiling just like her grandkids had called her name. Her pace was a slow shuffle along the shoulder, and just looking at her, I could imagine the sound of her hospital slippers running just over top the gravel road. I wanted to keep driving because, well, to be honest, she gave me the willies. But hell, she reminded me of my own sweet grandma, God rest her soul. So I brought my rig to a slow stop, and, collecting up the flashlight I keep in my glove box, stepped out of the cab. I could hear her coming before I could see her, as I'd driven a few meters ahead of her due to the long stop time. Scrape, scrape, scrape. I could visualize her wrinkly feet in those hospital slippers, shuffling ever onward. Quickly, I checked the Maps app on my phone and saw that the closest town to where we were was over 50 miles. No way this old lady was walking that. Putting my phone in my jeans, I held up my flashlight and started walking towards the sound of her footfalls. Hello, ma'am? I called out, hoping that she would speak up. No such luck, just more scraping. My hairs were on edge now as I waited for her to enter the dim light of my flashlight. I nearly cried out as the ghostly appearance came into view. Not because anything was different from before, just because she looked so much more sickly up close. Ma'am, are you okay? You're in the middle of nowhere, you know. She didn't say anything. She kept smiling and moving steadily forward. Now my heart was beating hard. She's just senile. Senile, and she needs my help, I thought out loud. But my feet were frozen in place. They were going back to the truck, and they weren't moving at all. She was getting closer, though, and she just reached within 10 feet or so. Her wrinkled hands began to reach slowly up. Her fingers wiggled in my direction like a grandma reaching for her grandchild's face. She opened her mouth, but didn't say anything, just grinned at me with pale gums. My legs gave out, and as I fell onto my side, she reached down for me with surprising speed and dexterity. Before I knew what was going on, she had her bony fingers around my ankles, and I was getting dragged down the road. Desperately, I pulled back, but her grip was superhuman, and the addition of my weight didn't help to slow her walk in the least. She stared down at me with those beady, sunken eyes, mouth agape in a smile. I kicked at her with all the fight I had in me and luckily connected with her jaw. To my horror, it was like kicking solid concrete, but luckily she let me go despite having no visible injury. I crawled backwards towards the middle of the road and she kept walking down the shoulder. Her hands fell back down to her side and her mouth closed into a tight-lipped smile. But her gaze stayed locked on mine as she slowly shuffled out of my flashlight's beam. I waited as the scraping, bit by bit, faded from my ears, and after what ended up being a half hour of stunned silence, I worked up the nerve to get up and go back to my rig. No sign of the lady, but when I climbed into my cab and sped down the highway, it didn't take long to catch up with her. Her eyes were still stuck on mine. They probably had been the whole time as she walked away. The last I saw of her as I gunned it away was her thin, chapped, smirking lips. According to some other guys I know, I'm the first to try and interact with a shoulder walker, and if God is good, I'll be the last. Since then, I've seen plenty more, strolling down the highway in the pitch dark. I even saw a kid once, but there ain't no way I'm ever stopping again for them, and if you're smart, you won't either. Since that night, the shoulder walkers are always looking right at me when I drive past, which they never used to do. Almost like since that old lady saw me, they all did. I'd hate to think what would have happened if I'd not managed to get free, but I can rest easy knowing I've put my warning out there in public. Maybe I'll save a few folks with this story. Stalker story. I met the person who would later become my stalker in March of 2016. Good Friday, to be exact. I met him at a church service because his church and mine have a partnership program. I don't remember exactly how we ended up sitting next to each other during service, but we did and hit it off right away. I also want to say up front that he and I were never in any kind of romantic relationship, only friends. But I do know that he did want to date me at some point, to which I declined, because at the time I was not looking for a relationship in general. I've always been someone who is very good at reading people, and I pick up on other people's emotions and character very, very quickly. Sometimes long before other people are even aware of certain things. When I met this person, I could tell there was something off about him right away, but almost immediately, he let it be known that he is high-functioning autistic. Thinking this was what I was picking up on, and having known plenty of people who were high-functioning autistic throughout my life put me at ease. Because even though they could be rather persistent in their interactions, they never caused me any harm or made me feel uneasy. We exchanged phone numbers and throughout that summer developed our friendship. We hung out at each other's houses, went different places together, and did all of the things that normal friends would do. But that fall was when things really started to change. My new friend believed in some really weird, tricked out stuff when it came to our religion, that God was sending him visions, and that he had seen in some of them before we met that he was a prophet. Neither of our churches taught these things, and hearing him talk about them made me really uneasy, because I'd previously come out of a congregation that believed these same exact things. I was in that environment for 2 years, and when I finally had the courage to leave and break free of all that, I came out of it with severe anxiety, depression, and PTSD that I've never been in treatment for ever since. But despite it being hard to hear him talk about these things, there was still a part of me that was determined to help him realize that these things were not only not in line with what we believe, but were also very, very unhealthy to obsess over, the way he seemed to be obsessing over them. I think that was my first and biggest mistake. Over the course of the next school year for me, college, I started to sink deeper into a depression because of some things that had started to happen to me, and my friend seemed to get more and more insistent in his beliefs despite multiple people, including myself, tell him that he needed to not focus on those things. Finally, in December of 2017, after going through a particularly rough patch, I had had enough and told him that if he couldn't honor my wishes to not talk about those things in front of me, knowing that I had a bad history with them, something that I'd made clear and asked him to do multiple times, then we could no longer be friends, and this is where the stalking began. After I told him that we couldn't be friends anymore, he went off the rails. I started getting phone calls and texts from him at any and all hours of the day or night, where he would preach the truth to me and prophecy over my life. I blocked his number in my phone. Then the messages on social media started. I'd unfriended him on certain websites, but that didn't stop him from blowing up my inbox with messages about how he was a prophet, how he knew that what he was seeing and experiencing was coming from God, how I didn't believe him because I was possessed by demons, and how I should just believe that what he was predicting would happen to me would come true, so then I would see the light. I then blocked him on social media, but that didn't stop him from creating profiles under other names, claiming to be a third party, sending me messages from him. Eventually, he started showing up to my church to look for me, but I'd stopped going. Aside from this happening on the side, I had fallen into a deep state of depression because of other situations going on in my life that were even worse than this one. My focus was primarily on them at this point, so I didn't realize how bad things between he and I had gotten, even though I knew it was serious. I became apathetic to a lot of things and was at a point where I was suicidal and was more focused on trying to figure out the best way to kill myself rather than dealing with things that needed to be dealt with. I blocked probably 5 or 6 of these profiles that he'd created before I decided to just ignore them altogether. After all, if he was just going to keep creating more profiles to harass me, blocking all of them was useless. One night in early February 2018, I went out to my parents' house to stay the night and visit, and ended up falling and hurting my ankle while I was out. I stayed the night so one of my parents could take me to the doctor and get x-rays done in the morning, and woke up to yet another message from a created profile that made my hair stand up on the back of my neck. My stalker had showed up at my house the previous night looking for me, but didn't see my car in the driveway. And not only had he shown up and not seen my vehicle, but he had also waited outside of my house until about 3 in the morning to see if I could come home so we could talk it out. After that, I decided the best thing to do was to go into hiding, and go into hiding I did. From early February until mid-March, I kept it on the down low. I went to class when I had to go to class, went to work when I had to go to work, but that was it. For about a month and a half, there was no activity from him, so I assumed that he had gotten the message and moved on. On the night of March 21st, 2018, I had been doing something late on campus, and by the time I was finished with what I had been doing, it was late enough in the evening that I was too tired to drive all the way home to my parents' house to spend the night. I went to a local college about 20 to 30 minutes away from my hometown, and was a commuter student until I left last spring. On a whim, I decided to stay at my house in the city, thinking it was safe because there'd been no activity from my stalker. And when I say that this was a split-second decision, I mean split-second. I texted my mom to let her know that I wouldn't be home that night as a courtesy, but no one else, my only roommate at the time, didn't know I would be there. None of my friends knew I would be there, and my stalker certainly shouldn't have known that I would be there because, again, I'd blocked him on everything and refused to engage with him in any way. I kept looking around while I was driving down my street to see if my stalker wasn't hiding somewhere or headed to my house and didn't see anyone, so I was optimistic. I pulled into our driveway and began unloading things from my car to take into the house, which require multiple trips, so I didn't bother to lock the front door once I got inside with my first load. My roommate, who hadn't seen me in about 2 months and who was surprised to see that I'd come home for the night, started a conversation with me asking how I'd been and general catching up. This was maybe 5 minutes into being home. We were talking and laughing when all of a sudden our banter was interrupted by someone pounding on the front door so loudly that it was shaking the door frame. I turn around in a split second to see my stalker standing on our porch, dressed in all black clothes and a crazed out look in his eyes. Just as quickly as I saw him on the porch, he grabbed the handle of our storm door, yanked it open, and proceeded to take one step inside, like he was going to walk in the house and come after me, but stopped when he saw my roommate. Before I realized how unhinged he actually was, and all of this started, he'd been over to my house a few times after I moved in, and for the first few months that I was there, I lived alone because my roommate was a co-op out of state for her engineering degree. My roommate threw me in her room, barricaded me inside, and made him leave. He scampered out the door and off into the night. As he left, he turned around and said, "You better keep your door locked." I came out of her room, a complete wreck, crying and feeling absolutely drained of energy. She wanted to call the police, but I just wanted to go to bed. We agreed that I would go to the police station in the morning, and we would both leave the house at the same time to keep one of us from being ambushed or otherwise accosted by this guy. I texted the leaders at church, telling them what happened and explaining why I hadn't been there, who thanked me for letting them know of the situation and became very protective of me from that point on. I went to file the police report, and upon giving the name of my stalker to them, was sent upstairs to talk to the staff of the judge presiding over mental health court in my county to get information about filing a restraining order, paperwork for which I went home with that day. During this whole process, other things came to light as well about my stalker through other sources. Not only was he autistic, but also a paranoid, delusional schizophrenic who repeatedly went off his medication due to his delusions that he was a prophet from God with special powers. He believed that God was telling him to stop taking his meds so he could be fully operational in these powers. But he'd also been kicked out and permanently banned from another local college in my area for going off of his meds and having a psychotic episode that was bad, that he was accused of hurting someone. No charges were pressed as he was deemed not in his right mind when he did these things, but the college deemed him to be too much of a liability and he was escorted off the property by police and issued a lifetime bar by the school's student disciplinary committee. On top of that, and after other incidents happened after he was kicked out of college, he had been further sentenced to a 2-year-long probationary period in mental health court, in which he had certain requirements he needed to meet, which he was halfway through when I met him. After the incident happened, I became a shut-in and stopped going to school and went to work only because I had to. I missed so much school over the next 2 months that I knew if I tried to stay and finish out the semester, I'd fail all of my classes. I ended up getting several written affidavits from my counselors recommending that I be withdrawn from all courses and appeal to the dean of the college for an emotional distress withdrawal, which was thankfully granted. I have not gone back to that school since and probably won't. I worked in the kitchen of a local hospital at the time as well, and after the incident happened, would regularly have hospital security escort me out to my car after I would get off work, just in case he was waiting for me outside of the building. I moved back in with my parents until mid-May, when I felt comfortable to start staying at the house again, and didn't spend a full night there until early June of last year. There have been no incidents since. At that moment, I'm working and paying off some debt in preparation to hopefully transfer elsewhere to finish the degree I started there. Things have gotten so much better since then, thankfully. But every once in a while, I still find myself getting an eerie feeling of being watched when I'm home alone at night, and at times, I still get a text from some of my church friends warning me not to come to service because he's shown up there. I know I made some really stupid mistakes in how I dealt with this. I was dumb. Had a lot going on in my life that was swallowing me up at the time, and had never dealt with anything like this before. So there was a degree of naivety as well. But I made it through and am now all the wiser for having gone through all of this. True ghost story. Hello there. I'm here to share a spine-tingling tale of my encounters with ghost entities. A story that will make you question the boundaries of our world. So grab a seat, turn on your flashlight, and get ready for a hair-raising adventure. It all began when I moved into this old, cozy house in a quiet neighborhood. Little did I know that it held secrets beyond my wildest imagination. From the moment I stepped inside, a peculiar energy enveloped the place, making my skin crawl. Strange things started happening. A flicker of movement from the corner of my eye, unexplained sounds echoing throughout the halls, and objects seemingly shifting on their own. At first, I dismissed these occurrences as mere figments of my imagination, trying to rationalize them away. But as the days turned into weeks, the activity intensified, leaving me no choice but to confront the inexplicable. Late one eerie night, while lying in bed, the silence broken only by the creaks of the house, I heard it. A whisper, soft and faint, carried by an otherworldly presence. My heart skipped a beat as I strained to catch the words spoken by an unseen entity. Though their voice was barely audible, it seemed to call out my name, echoing with a mix of longing and urgency. Determined to uncover the truth behind these spectral whispers, I delved into the house's history. Countless hours were spent researching, speaking to locals who knew the area well, and poring over dusty archives in search of answers. Slowly, the puzzle pieces fell into place. A former resident who met a tragic end, their spirit lingering in search of resolution. Armed with this newfound knowledge, I embarked on a mission to communicate with the unseen entity, to offer solace to their restless soul. Through late-night conversations, I began to understand their pain, the unfinished business that bound them to our world. The encounters continued, growing more intense and tangible. Objects would move of their own accord. Doors would slam shut with an eerie force, and an icy chill would settle in certain areas of the house. Shadows danced and flickered, seemingly alive with ethereal energy. Though fear gripped me at times, My insatiable curiosity and compassion propelled me forward. I sought the assistance of seasoned paranormal investigators, and together, we explored the depths of the house armed with various detection devices, hoping to capture evidence of the otherworldly. Our investigations yielded chilling results. Audio recordings that captured disembodied voices, whispers from beyond the veil, and photographs that revealed mysterious orbs of light, their presence defying explanation and sparking wonder. Yet, amidst the chilling encounters, a deep sense of empathy grew within me. I realized that these ghostly beings were not malevolent entities, but remnants of lives once lived. They yearned for acknowledgement and understanding. With careful research and heartfelt conversations, I pieced together fragments of their stories. Each encounter brought me closer to understanding their pain and helping them find the closure they desperately sought. Now, for all you brave people who wish to venture into the realm of the supernatural, I offer you a ritual, a symbolic gesture of connection with the spirits. Light a white candle in a quiet room. Close your eyes and softly speak words of compassion and understanding. Open your heart and mind to the possibility of their presence, acknowledging their existence with respect and kindness. But let me remind you, dear friends, to approach this ritual with caution and respect. The spirit world is a realm we can never fully comprehend, and it is essential to tread lightly and ensure your own safety. So, dear listeners, if you ever find yourself face to face with the unexplained, approach it with an open mind and a compassionate spirit. Within those whispers in the night, you might just catch a glimpse of the profound mysteries that surrounded us all. As my journey with the supernatural entities unfolded, I couldn't help but wonder if there was a way to help them find peace. I sought advice from experts in spiritual practices and discovered a ritual, an amalgamation of ancient traditions and personal intent, which some believed could provide closure for those restless spirits. With a mix of excitement and trepidation, I gathered the necessary items: a bundle of sage, a small vial of blessed water, and a piece of amethyst, said to possess protective properties. Taking a deep breath, I entered the most active area of the house, the room where I had felt the strongest presence. In the dim light, I lit the bundle of sage, letting the fragrant smoke fill the room. With each waft, I visualized negative energy dissipating, and a calming aura enveloping the space. I sprinkled a few drops of blessed water around, symbolizing purification and renewal. As the room became infused with the delicate scent of sage, I held the amethyst in my hand, feeling its cool energy grounding me. With a steady voice, I spoke words of compassion and release, addressing the spirits that resided within the house. I acknowledged their pain, expressed my willingness to help, and offered them the freedom to move on from their earthly attachments. A profound stillness settled in the room, as if the very air held its breath. The sensation of being watched eased, replaced by a sense of serenity. Whether it was the power of the ritual or a shift in the spirit's energy, I may never truly know. But in that moment, I felt a gentle, intangible presence. The weight of unresolved emotions lifted, replaced by a subtle gratitude. In the days that followed, the paranormal activity gradually subsided. The once restless spirits seemed to find solace and began to fade into the ethereal realm they belonged to. The house, once fraught with their lingering presence, now felt lighter and more peaceful. Reflecting on my own experiences, I realized that the ritual was not a definitive solution for each haunting. Each encounter with the supernatural is unique, and finding resolution may require a diverse range of approaches. But the ritual served as a catalyst, an opportunity for understanding and healing to take place. So, dear listeners, should you ever find yourself immersed in a world of unexplained phenomena, remember that compassion, respect, and open-mindedness can bridge the gap between our realm and the supernatural. Explore with caution, seek wisdom, and above all, let empathy be your guide. In sharing my story, I hope to inspire others to embrace the unknown, to look beyond the veil of our perceived reality, and to approach the mysteries of the paranormal with a sense of wonder and genuine connection. May your own journeys into the realm of the supernatural be filled with profound experiences, intriguing discoveries, and most importantly, a deep appreciation for the interconnectedness of our world, both seen and unseen. Backwoods Creepy. This story I'm about to share is actually why I started my quest to find out if this has happened to anyone else. This is 100% true, and is really hard for me to share because anytime I have tried to tell someone else about it, I get laughed at and accused of just trying to pull their leg. I recently seen an article about a woman who was hunting and seen an invisible or cloaked creature that she described as almost like a predator from the movie of the same name. I read her story and seen the picture she took of said predator. Now, as for her picture, I personally think it is a combination of flare from the sun and a close-up of possibly her face or something. I am not dismissing her story though, actually quite the opposite, since I too have encountered something similar, and it is what prompted me to seek out if anyone else has encountered a predator in the woods. Now, on to my encounter. When I was about 5 years old, I was playing by the edge of the woods behind my grandmother's house. I played there often, and my grandma just kept an eye on me from the kitchen or living room because the house had huge windows that faced the woods. She would come out every once in a while just to see what I was up to. I was obsessed with digging in the dirt and collecting unusual rocks and arrowheads that littered the land where my grandmother lived. I should mention, this is Midwest Illinois, not too far from Cahokia Mounds, so finding arrowheads was usually not that uncommon. Anyway, that day, I remember picking out a spot to dig. I had been out there for quite a while because I remember I had a pretty decent sized hole going when something caught my eye up in the tree that I was next to. I almost don't know how to explain it, but it looked almost like a heat wave coming off the branch of the tree. It was fall. I remember this because I had my pink jacket on and remember thinking that my mom was going to be pissed because I had dirt around the bottom of the arms from digging. I also remember there being a lot of leaves on the ground. Anyway, I am staring at this heat wave and realized it was a human shape. So here I am, 5 years old, and wondering why there is an invisible man in the tree. I remember feeling scared, but unsure of what to do. Then it started moving and making a faint clicking sound. That is about the time that I decided that I was not supposed to be seeing this, and I hightailed it back to the house. My grandmother seen I was pretty shaken, and I remember telling her that I just seen an angel. In my 5-year-old mind, I didn't know what else it could be. I had never heard of aliens or ghosts or monsters, so to me it had to be an angel because that's all my little mind could think of. Fast forward to when I was about 12 years old. By this time, the encounter was way out of my mind. I loved watching action and sci-fi movies. My dad rented a movie called Predator. I am watching it with him, and the first time you see the Predator, invisible or cloaked, I about shit my pants. All the memories from that day digging in the dirt came flooding back. I even asked my dad if Predator was real, or if he knew if anyone or any animal that had cloaking ability that I didn't know about. He told me it was all fake. It wasn't like it is today, where I could just Google it. I had no access to the internet. So again, I just put it out of my mind. Again, fast forward to about the year 2004. I am grown now. I have 3 small children. I just went through a separation from my husband. I moved to the next town over to an apartment with my kids. These apartments were all one-level duplexes, with there being 5 buildings. I am at the very last apartment of the last building. The apartments are considered in town, but are on the outskirts. There is a deep ditch that runs behind the buildings, with a chain-link fence that separates the backyard from the ditch. There are about 6 to 7 trees on our side of the fence. If you follow the ditch a little bit, you hit a small forest that eventually leads to the country, with a larger forest and farmland. I am a smoker, but would not smoke in the apartment because of the kids, so I often went out to the back porch. One night, I was up late doing laundry and stuff after the kids went to bed. I decided to take a smoke break before I myself went to sleep. I am back there on the porch and I started hearing this faint clicking sound. I immediately looked to the ditch because I had seen a groundhog out there a few days before and thought perhaps he was out there again. The yard is faintly lit from the outside light that is by the playground that is to the right of my back porch. I didn't turn on the porch light. I didn't normally if I was just going out for a quick smoke. I didn't see any groundhogs or movement from the ditch, so I go back to smoking my cigarette. The faint clicking sound keeps happening, and a slight shift of movement makes me look up into the tree to the left of my porch. It's there. The same invisible thing I had seen when I was 5. It is like a distortion and in a humanoid shape. It is crouched down on the branch with an arm out, holding onto the trunk of the tree. I could not believe what I was seeing. I told myself, is this happening? Has it come to kill me for me seeing it all those years ago? All I could think about was my kids in the apartment sleeping. I ran in and slammed and locked the door. I ran to the kids' room and made sure all the windows were locked. Then, I just turned out the lights in the living room and stared out the blinds at the tree to see if I could catch another glimpse of it. I sat there for about a good 10 minutes and couldn't see anything. I began to think that I am just tired and my mind was playing tricks on me. Just as I was finally talking myself down, my neighbor's dog comes running across the yard and starts barking at the tree at the same branch that I had seen this predator thing. That pretty much freaked me out because this dog was not a barker. I actually have never heard him bark at anything, even at the groundhog that had been hanging out in the ditch. This barking went on for a few minutes until I hear the neighbor lady who owns the dog call him back inside. The dog reluctantly turned to go back home, stopping every few feet to look back at the branch of the tree until he was out of sight. I didn't sleep that night and have never seen anything like it again. I don't know what to think of it. I am a grown woman. I have kids and a good career. I just want to know if anyone else has ever had an experience like this. I know what I saw, believe it or not. Thanks for taking the time to listen to my story. Unsolved Mystery. Douglas Cleves' murder of a 25-year-old man whose body was found in his home remains unsolved. Douglas Cleves was 25 years old when he was murdered. His body was found inside his home in Anchorage, Alaska, more than 35 years ago, and the person responsible for his death has yet to be brought to justice. On the night of October 19, 1985, Cleves and his sister, along with two female friends, had dinner, king crab legs, at his home in the 8900 block of Forest Village Drive. Afterward, they decided to watch television in the living room area. As they were lying on the floor, they became startled when they heard two loud knocks at the door at around 12:22 a.m. When Cleves' sister opened the front door, there was a person between 5'6" and 5'8" tall standing at the door, wearing a mask and a trench coat. They were also armed with a rifle, according to the Anchorage Daily News. Cleves' sister tried to slam the door, but the perpetrator managed to enter the home and aimed the gun at Cleves before opening fire, but they missed. That's when Cleves, who was a single father and a double amputee, got on his knees and raised his hands and pleaded with the shooter. Quote, "Hey, don't shoot," end quote, he reportedly said. Quote, "I don't understand what's going on. Don't shoot. We can work this out," end quote. The gunman opened fire again, and this time the bullet struck Cleves in the head, causing one of his eyes to come out of its socket. 3 more bullets were fired into Douglas before the shooter fled the scene. The 3 women in the home immediately went to the back bedroom and called 911. Officers with the Anchorage Police Department were dispatched to the home, where they found Cleves dead. Relatives stated that before Cleves was murdered, he was just starting to get his life back after a freak accident at his construction job in Eagle River. It caused him to lose both of his legs, the Daily Sitka Sentinel reported. In July 1985, Cleves and a coworker were unloading steel girders from the truck when the crane lifting the girders struck an electrical transmission line. The impact caused 115,000 volts of electricity to pass through his body. He suffered severe burns and both legs had to be amputated below the knee. Cleves had only been discharged from the hospital for several weeks before he was murdered in his home. Witnesses told police that they were unsure if the shooter was a man or a woman, and they could not provide a description of the suspected shooter. Throughout the years, investigators have worked diligently to find Cleves' killer, but ultimately his case has yet to be solved. Anyone with information regarding the unsolved murder of Douglas Cleves is encouraged to contact the Anchorage Police Department at 907-786-8900. To remain anonymous, call Crime Stoppers at 907-561-STOP. Let's not meet. My friends and I decided to go camping one spring break. We had planned a week in advance, and as the day got closer, the weather got worse. It was cold and gray, unheard of for Arkansas. The night finally came along with yet another cold front. It was in the 30s, but we had dressed warm and stocked up on whiskey and beer. The plan was to hit a spot my buddy knew, which was barely accessible with his 4x4. We wanted to really camp, none of those designated sites for families and seniors in RVs. So, we aimed away from civilization, which was only made up by a single stoplight and a couple hundred people, and drove into the woods. After 30 minutes of bone-rattling dips across dry creek beds and detours around trees, it started to rain. By the time we found camp, it had turned to hail. The spot was marked by an ancient dirt road a few hundred feet long and the rotting carcass of a VW bug. That night was spent passing a bottle around, hoping we'd figure out the tents before we were too drunk Eventually we did and managed to start a fire with diesel. At this point, the hell had stopped. The empty whiskey bottle lay broken in the fire, and we had a decent pile of empties growing. We drank, we played cards, we passed out in our tents. The next morning, I gradually regained consciousness to the sound of something large being dragged past my tent. It was what looked to have once been a station wagon, stripped and rust-covered, dragging the Volkswagen with a chain. The Volkswagen had been there for so long that the floor had rotted out and roots had tied it to the forest floor. They lay scattered in the wake of the wagon. A woman was driving, a man beside her, and 3 shirtless kids sat in the back where there used to be seats. The man stared out the window away from us the entire time. The children had dirt smeared on their faces, which illuminated their glassy 1,000-yard eyes. It's the look of crushing poverty, and you've probably only seen it in pictures. It exists in war-torn countries, the projects in inner cities in the Deep South. So deep that the old gas station back in town, a place you'd probably jokingly hum the Deliverance theme to, that was the city to these people. She spoke in a deep nicotine and whiskey-soaked drawl. "Y'all come from the city to do some camping? Well, reckon that's fine, long as you ain't doing no drugs. Y'all ain't doing no drugs, are you?" We weren't. Just drinking then. Hell, I'd like a drink now and again my darn self. That's fine, that's just fine. Wanna know how I knowed y'all was here? Seen them black helicopters flying around. Them some boys that work for me, see, this is my land, and they told me. Can't be too careful. Figured I'd best check it all out. She started laughing. Mucus bubbled up to wet her dry cackle. The man stared out at nothing. One of the children put both hands on the window and gazed through us. His mouth hung open, and spit cut a line through the filth on his glass. He was probably 10 years old. "Y'all know Bethany?" We didn't. "Ha! Everybody knows old Beth. Y'all go to church?" I lied. "Good. Ain't got time for those that don't fear God. Why don't you come on to the church tomorrow? You can meet Bethany. She's just over that hill up there, can't miss it. Boy, she'd sure like to meet y'all." They all would. We assured her we would. She drove away into the trees, slowly dragging the Volkswagen. As soon as she left, we all looked at each other and started laughing. It was just nerves. There wasn't anything funny about it. We all have the remnants of a primitive warning system for danger. It's been eroded by living safe and civilized. But every once in a while, it goes off, and you obey it without a question. Something is wrong. It started before she spoke, when I looked into her eyes. Something is wrong. The kids, the man, her laugh. Something is wrong. Eventually, we did hike up the hill. You could see for a mile. There was nothing. No buildings, no clearings, just forest. We cut our trip short, packed up, and left before noon. True scary story. This is the only unexplainable and paranormal experience to have ever happened to me. And I assure you, I haven't written a creative writing since high school. I've tried to tell it exactly how it happened. Here's some background info for context. I've always had trouble sleeping. Once I'm asleep and I don't wake up. In fact, I usually sleep in and miss half the day, but I have never gotten too sleepy easily. A true night owl. It's not a fear thing or an anxiety thing. I just never got into the mindset to doze off. Even in bed, I can just spend all night watching videos on my phone or reading. Before that, it was playing on my Game Boy as a kid. As far back as I can remember, I would even just lie there looking at the ceiling, thinking about things. Wide awake as usual, checking the clock every now and again, getting more annoyed as the time passed on. This is still very much the case. I'm a terrible sleeper with no reason to be. No fear of the dark, usually no anxieties keeping me up. I'm just a person who could never seem to get to sleep. So, this story takes place when I was 17. I was a student in high school during only science as my elected subjects, and didn't grow up religious, just for some added background about the type of guy I was. A logical guy who valued facts, evidence, and shit. You know what I mean. Now, here are the incidents. I was laying in bed, with my head propped up on 2 pillows, watching YouTube videos on my phone. It was around 2:30 a.m., and it was completely normal for me to stay awake watching YouTube videos at the time. I was usually falling asleep at 4 or 5 a.m. and waking up past midday or even later. It was school holidays when the first incident happened, which is why I could get away with waking up so late and staying up all night. Anyway, I'm trying to say that despite the very late time of night, I was certainly wide awake, not even remotely tired. And this was normal for me. My bed was just as much a place to chill and watch stuff for me than it was a place to sleep. So there I was watching YouTube videos on my phone at 2:30 in the morning, when suddenly I heard someone or something take a very deep breath in. The sound of it alone was so loud and sounded so close to me that I was startled immediately and clutched my phone to my chest so it stopped producing light and fumbled for the volume button to turn the video down, before just hitting the power button on my phone. The video played for a second more and then finally fell silent. During this time, I was still hearing the deep breath in. Then there was a slight pause, and then, again, as loud as could be, a deep breath out. It was slightly raspy, almost like Darth Vader, but less robotic. Not machine-like at all, and even slower breaths, too, but similar in the way that you could hear the wind of every breath. The deep breaths continued, and I looked at my bedroom windows, and to the foot of my bed, my phone still clutched to my chest as I'm pretty much frozen in fear, simply due to how loud, slow, and deep these breaths were. Each breath in and out lasted 2 to 3 full seconds each, and were as loud as a breath could be without actually being vocalized. It was as if whatever was making the breathing sounds were going, with every breath out before making a small, oh, with their mouth every single second to suck in. But not gasps or vocalized noises, just breaths. My mind was racing as to what kind of animal can make these sounds. But where I live, there are no big animals at all anyway. So I reasoned maybe the vents of the air conditioner or heaters or whatever were making some weird sound. But no, there's no small animal or really any kind of animal in the country, Australia that is, with the lung capacity to take breaths this deep. Certainly not in suburbia where I live, definitely not inside my bedroom. The heating and cooling still work fine and silently to this day. Over 6 years later, and besides, there's no vents even close to my bed. All the while I was having these thoughts trying to justify the noise, I was still listening to the breaths. So I kept staring at the foot of my bed, where I thought the sound was coming from, but really, the only reason I thought the sound was coming from the foot of my bed was due to the fact that behind it was the only spot in the bedroom I couldn't see. So my brain just immediately imagined someone crouching there. This was just because the breathing was so loud and sounded so close that it was, still is, impossible to me that it was coming from inside my room, from right next to me. I honestly think it sounded even closer to me than the foot of my bed. When trying to reenact to tell it to my friends, and when I recount the story to people, I couldn't, and still cannot make breaths as loud and as deep, and I am an adult male. Only something with a huge lung capacity could possibly, maybe a huge man, I imagine, maybe a giant football player, but that's it. When you try to draw out a breath for a long time, they get quieter. If you try to breathe loud, your breaths get shorter. These breaths were both loud and long. So I stayed there, frozen, phone clutched to my chest, staring towards the foot of my bed, then to the closed curtains, then back to the foot of my bed. For a few moments I thought, maybe someone might be pressing their face against my bedroom window behind the curtains and breathing loudly just to scare me, but I ruled it out because it was simply too loud. The windows were shut and locked with curtains in front of them. That would have muffled the sound far, far too much. This was like breathing in my ear. With each possibility I ruled out while trying to justify what was going on, I just got more fearful of the noise. So, I just lay there in my empty bedroom, listening to these deep, ominous breaths, my eyes fixated on the foot of my bed, for realistically, probably about 3 or 4 minutes, but it felt more like 15 before it just stopped. The breathing didn't really fade away. It just kind of stopped as quickly as it came, maybe got a tiny bit quieter for a brief moment before the sound went away entirely, vanished with one last breath out, and I was alone again. I lay there for probably another 10 minutes, without exaggeration, with my heart pounding in my ears before I calmed down enough to have the nerve to turn my phone screen back on. Even then, I just put it on my bedside table, quietly and slowly, and then lay there all night. I know I sound like a wimp right now, because it's just breathing, but it was honestly just that much of a whack experience. And then it happened again. About 4 months later, at a similar time of night, maybe 3 a.m., again. It went on for about 4 minutes, slightly longer than the first time, I believe, and I reacted in the exact same way. The deepest, loudest, breathiest breaths I've ever heard sounded like it was coming from within my bedroom, like a huge man was standing right over me, right at the foot of my bed, or even closer, right next to it. But of course, there was nothing and no one around. I've never been able to justify what happened at all. I know it seems like nothing because it's just breathing, but all these years later, I got goosebumps just typing this out. Here's a bit more info. I also want to note that at the time I wasn't doing any drugs and I've never been on any sort of medication. Since then, I've even had sleep paralysis and done psychedelics and recreational drugs a fair amount. I've done high doses of acid and smoked a lot of weed, and I've never had any sort of delusions or psychosis at all, ever. This certainly was not sleep paralysis either. I wasn't asleep, and there was no paralysis. Sure, I was frozen in fear as I felt vulnerable lying in bed in my underwear, but both times I fumbled, shutting my phone off, clutching it to my chest. Both times I was looking around my room, turning my head back and forth frantically. People who have experienced sleep paralysis know that you are truly paralyzed and can't move at all during the experience, and you must wake up from it. I can remember everything before the events, during and after, crystal clear. It never happened again after those 2 times, and it is the only thing in my entire life that I truly cannot justify or explain, and I feel like I've thought of everything. Some animal in the vents having its breathing echoed and amplified, some weird problem with the vent itself, someone outside my window trying to scare me, someone outside my door, in my closet. All of these I've ruled out as impossible. I know I've said this a lot, but the breaths were just too loud and organic, despite them being uniformly slow, deep breaths. There was definitely a slight, human-sounding irregularity to them, in volume and in rhythm, which was just terrifying. The fraction of a second pause in between the breath in and out was the scariest part for some reason, lying there, anticipating the next breath. None of it makes sense. The only way I can describe it is, it sounded like a giant man with an insane lung capacity, standing right over me, looking down at me, taking the deepest, slowest, loudest breaths that he could muster for 4 minutes before suddenly disappearing into nothing. And then I was alone in bed again, scared shitless. This may seem like not much since it's just noise compared to other people's stories, but I assure you, this story is true and not exaggerated. I try to describe it as accurately as possible. I've told this story a million times to people whenever paranormal stuff comes up in conversations, and it only makes it scarier to me that I've experienced sleep paralysis and drugs, because it just makes me more certain that this was real life. I know it was, and it happened twice. Experienced as sober as a judge, wide awake and calm at the time, of course, before the breathing scared the shit out of me. This will sound trite and corny, but yes, I'm still afraid to hear it again. And this will also sound corny, but I've been in real dangerous situations before, and never, ever been half as scared as the pure dread and vulnerability I felt those 2 nights. For those few minutes, and for the rest of the night lying there after it ended, it was truly messed up. I did not exaggerate or embellish any part of this story. Sorry if I repeat myself too much, but I felt like I needed to hammer home how visceral and intense this experience was. So, if anybody has any similar experiences, I'd love to hear them. As I said, I'm non-religious, non-superstitious, and at the time it happened, I was even less so, but I kind of believe this shit was a freaking ghoul. Creepy encounters. I'm a 22-year-old Brazilian male from a really small town, and in 2018, I moved to the capital of my state for study and work. In these 5 years, I never had a sight of a creepy encounter or even a robbery. But last Friday, I had the worst experience of my life. At the start of 2020, I moved to this apartment complex. I live on the first floor of the first block, which makes the space behind my bedroom window a common area. And in these 3 years, same thing. All peace, no robbery around, not many people walking behind the place looking inside, except some internet provider technicians and a trustful neighbor who eventually walks behind it to make it to his bike faster at the start of the day. People tend to ignore us living inside. They would pass just minding their own business, talking to me only if I was in a different area of the apartment, a little porch in our living room. I currently live with 2 friends from my old town and my girlfriend. Last Friday, one of those friends went back to our town, leaving me, my girlfriend, and the other friend alone in the apartment. Around 3 a.m., me and my girlfriend came home from a bar we like to go to every Friday. At this point, it was all normal. We came, ate something, took a shower, and rolled a blunt, like normal couples do. In that time, my friend came home at around 3:30 a.m., making the situation even more secure for us as usual. We invited him to smoke some weed, which he denies because he was tired, so we decided to just smoke and go to my bedroom to have sex. During the deed, we hear some strange noises but end up continuing. In some moment, we want to change the position and hear again the noise of something sliding. So, I looked out the windows and saw a guy's face, practically glued to the window bars, watching us. I have a very short temper, which leads me into berserk mode, instantly breaking the window glass with my bare hands. I was really pissed and ran to the kitchen to get a cutting knife while I repeatedly screamed, "I'm going to effing kill you." When my adrenaline subsided, I managed to calm down and called my mom to say I was going to stay at her house for a few days in my old town. We are very scared and suspicious of the neighbors upstairs, as we saw him in the same place earlier, and I could recognize scars from freckles on both the window face and the face from earlier. However, without confirmation, we are left in an extremely uncomfortable position, not knowing exactly who the person is, and him knowing exactly who we are. He knowing we were going to be late, knowing where we live, etc. About the dude. The guy we suspect was seen in the same spot earlier, picking up weed ends. He looked into the apartment and chuckled. He's my neighbor upstairs. He doesn't work. He doesn't study. He just listens to music all day and does drugs. I have insomnia. I can often hear him arranging lines of cocaine and then snorting. I hate the way that shit makes me feel. No sleep. Is that? No, I must be imagining it. I mean, what the hell is that anyway? Having just finished washing my face before bed, I headed out of the bathroom and caught a glimpse of something out of place. About 10 or maybe 15 feet outside my back window was a thin shape that stood out from the colorful bed of flowers to its left, and the 2 or so acres of woods behind it. At first, my brain identified it as a shovel someone had dug into the ground and left upright. Yet there were a few problems with this that came to mind. The first was that my backyard was entirely gated, and I had never had problems with trespassers before, due to the height of the wrought iron and the remote location where my property sat. The second was that though there was not a soul or animal in sight, my motion sensor light had been triggered near the odd objects location. If someone had snuck onto my property and dug the shovel into the ground, they couldn't have done it just now. There would have been nowhere for them to run. And lastly, it wasn't just a long piece of wood that resembled a shovel. Not exactly, at least. There was a black top hat that sat curiously at the very end of the wood. As I stared wide-eyed at the slant of the shovel-like object and the tilt of the black hat at the very top, I felt a visceral urge to vomit. I barely managed to contain it. Have you ever spoken to a dog before and seen its head slightly tilt to the side in, what I assume, an attempt to figure out just what the hell it is you are saying? That's the feeling I got as I peered out the window and that black hat seemed to stare back. And then there was darkness, as the outside motion sensor light turned off and the backyard was no longer in sight. Okay, that's enough, Dawn, I said to myself, remembering to breathe and turning back to the kitchen. Can you guess what happened next? No, probably not, unless you've encountered the same thing I did. But then again, I assume you wouldn't be able to read this if you had. As I turned my back to the darkness, the motion sensor light came back on at that very second, and I stopped breathing again. As I turned, the object came into view again, but this time it was a few feet closer, and it was different. Instead of just the hat, it wore something patchy and gray on its chest as well. I thought it was almost certainly a dream. I decided to call the police, but as I did, I made another mistake. I turned my back on the thing yet again. Reaching for the cell phone, I heard the glass door shatter onto the floor. I fell back against the wall immediately and turned to see the creature now inside my home, standing in the circle of sharp debris. "This cannot be happening," I whispered to myself as I scanned the thing, which was now only 20 or so feet away. It wore a black top hat, the tattered gray clothing, and now 2 bone-thin arms had seemed to sprout inside. I dialed 911, and the last thing I remember was passing out. Later on, I was able to hear a recording and my voice saying, "It's in the house." I can't tell you much about what happened after, 'cause I don't really remember, but I can tell you where I am now. I call it the Overlook, but I'm sure its real name was something else. Probably some nice title that doesn't share to conceal just what type of lunatics it contains inside. Crazies like me. You see, I'm allowed to write 1 letter a week, supervised of course, and this time I've decided to share my life story with a lot of you. Well, I suppose it's more my story than its. It's still here with me. It watches me from the corner of my room. It scurries up the walls and hangs from the ceiling. It sometimes just stands there, tilting its head towards me. Maybe it's deciding just when exactly to finish me off. There's not much left for it to devour, however, seeing how I haven't slept in weeks and continue to lose my touch with what's left of my reality. The doctors here weren't thrilled when I cut my eyelids off 3 or was it 4 days ago. I don't know, I don't remember. It was a hell of a mess, but what else could I do? They don't understand that every time I close my eyes, it gets closer. At least this way, I bought myself some time. At least this way, you'll have some warning, if he comes for you next. I call him the Stick Man, and if you see him, don't look away. True crime. Matthew Phelps murdered his wife, Lauren, after he reportedly claimed that cough and cold medicine left him in a haze. Matthew Phelps is behind bars for the murder of his wife, Lauren Phelps, whose body was found at their home in Raleigh, North Carolina. At around 1:10 a.m. on September 1st, 2017, officers with the Wake County Sheriff's Office were dispatched to a home on Patuxent Drive after receiving a 911 call from Matthew. The then 27-year-old told dispatch that he fell asleep after taking a large dose of quercetin, a cough and cold medicine. When he awoke, he found Lauren, 27, dead on their bedroom floor, laying in a fetal position. Quote, "Oh my God, she didn't deserve this. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. I'm so scared." End quote. Matthew told dispatch, according to People. Matthew claimed that the cough and cold medicine had left him in a haze, but since he was covered in blood and a bloody knife was on the bed, he said he believes he was the one who killed her. Responding officers arrested Matthew at his residence. He was booked into the Wake County Jail, where he was held without bond on a second-degree murder charge. Paramedics transported Lauren, who worked as a Sunday school teacher and an auditor, to WakeMed Health and Hospitals in Raleigh, where she was pronounced dead. An autopsy showed that Lauren sustained 123 cuts and stab wounds to her face, neck, throat, torso, and arms. ABC 11 reported that Lauren and Matthew began having marital problems after Matthew, who was studying to be a pastor, started spending more money than they were making on video games. His spending habits purportedly led Lauren to contemplate divorce. Lauren's sister told the program that she thinks Matthew, quote, made a decision that day that Lauren was not going to leave him, even if that meant he had to kill her, end quote. The police learned through an investigation that Matthew had a fascination with serial killers. On his social media accounts, he would often post pictures of himself dressed as the main character in American Psycho, Patrick Bateman, who was a Wall Street investment banker by day and a serial killer by night. One of Matthew's friends told law enforcement officers that he told him that he wondered what it would be like to kill someone. Matthew initially stated that he couldn't remember killing his wife because he had taken cough and cold medicine before falling asleep. During his October 2018 court hearing, he admitted to Judge Paul Ridgway that he slashed and stabbed Lauren to death in what appeared to be an attack. He apologized to the victim's family. He said, quote, "This was a senseless, mindless act, and I regret every step that led me in that direction. I feel like a monster, one of the wretched, a part of the darkness we don't speak of. That darkness consumed me until I was blind to the path I had taken and deaf to my own cries for help," end quote. When Lauren's father was asked if he forgave Matthew for killing his daughter, he said, quote, "No, never. I mean, I'll take him to my grave and I'll still hate him," end quote. Quote, "He, Matthew, planned the whole thing from the get-go, in my opinion, right from day one to the end," end quote. He told ABC News, quote, "The last time I saw my daughter, she came over looking for a 3-ring binder. She was nervous and a little edgy, and it didn't look like Lauren at all. She looked a mess. I regret it now that I didn't ask questions about what was going on," end quote. After Matthew pleaded guilty to first-degree murder, he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Let's not meet. I honestly don't know how to begin or deal with this entire situation. To keep it short, I've been touched in my sleep by him for 4 times now, and throughout them all, my mother hasn't really done anything about it but yell at him through text. She'd send me a screenshot, but that was it. It's a little infuriating since he'd manipulate her into thinking he was just putting a blanket over me. To which I replied, "Who the hell is he to put one on me? And are you just going to ignore the fact he went in my room?" He also guilt-tripped her by saying, "We can't do much if that's what she thinks, because you know I'm not one to do that. Let her be. Just pretend to be mad at me when we come home." She acted poorly. It was way too obvious. Mind you, I've gone through past situations with family members, grandfather and cousin. I can't exactly leave the home since I'm honestly not prepared to live alone yet, and I'm still saving up. No matter how much I barricade my room, he'd still get inside. I had to hide and change my toothbrush because it's always used. I always had to wear a bra, even in my sleep. I'm seriously reaching my limit. I woke up one day to the sound of a kiss close to me. I thought to myself, my mother wasn't home because she was at work by 6 a.m. I continued to pretend to be sleeping, and I heard him whisper, "I love you," close to my face. I've never been so creeped out to the point I trembled. The next day, my mother was away again. I bought so many locks, and yet he was still able to get in. I woke up, continued to pretend to be sleeping, and jolted my eyes open to see him sitting there watching my face up close. He scrambled out of the door. That's when I knew I had to do something, and I'm not safe anymore. I sleep with a weapon on me now every night. I never told my mother about these recent behaviors because I know she won't believe me, sadly, or do anything serious about it. So if it ever happens again, I'm going to have to muster up all my courage to stand up for myself and confront him again. By the way, this man-child has no contribution at all to the house. He's in real life leech. I buy groceries and pay bills while my mother pays rent. So, to this asshole that lives in our house, I hope my mom kicks you out and we never have to see you again. Creepy encounters. This happened about a year ago to me and my husband, so sorry in advance for the long story. It was our 10th anniversary, so we decided to go camping, just the two of us, and of course our dog. There is a big national park and camping area near where we live. Little less than an hour drive, so that was where we were heading. It's basically a big forest with many small lakes, ponds, trails, and camping sites around. Pretty popular place during the summer, but we still saw some people, even though it was late September and the weather was cold. We found a good spot next to a lake to set up our camp. It was a beautiful day, so we wanted to hike a bit in the forest. There was a nice long path that was going around the lake where we had our camp, so we chose to go that way. The lake was quite small, and there was another camping site by it. You could see there from our camp, and from there you could see our camp. They were almost on opposite sides of the lake. We walked past the other camp and saw a man there alone, just standing and staring at us, not answering when we greeted him. He was maybe in his late 20s, around the same age as us. I thought at that point that he was maybe just shy and a little weird. He had a small tent set up and some other stuff all around the place, so I figured he had been there a while. We just continued walking and didn't think much of it. Eventually, we got to our camp and started to set out our tent before it gets too dark. We made some food by the fire and just sat there enjoying the peace. Suddenly, our dog starts barking like crazy. She was tied to a long wire around a tree. We immediately realized that she wasn't just paranoid and that there was really something in the woods and it was near. It had been very dark for hours at this point. I took the dog to a leash and my husband stared to look around with his bright headlamp. Our dog just kept barking. We were confused and sure it was just some kind of animal, maybe a bear or a moose. But we couldn't understand why it wasn't scared of us and why it wouldn't run away. My husband went ahead to the path that leads to the other camp. Right when he got to the path, which was just less than 10 meters away from our camp, he saw something on the ground. I told him to go check it out and followed with our dog. He stopped, turned at me and said, "It's a human, laying on the ground." The first thing I thought was that maybe they were hurt or dead or something. They just laid there not moving, facing the ground. We asked, "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" And they just suddenly stood up. Turned out it was the guy from the other camp. He was very scared of our dog and told me not to let her near him. I was kind of relieved that it wasn't some creepy-ass bear that was going to eat us, but I soon learned that a bear might have been less scarier than this guy. After he stood up, he walked straight to our campfire and sat down. My husband tried to ask him multiple times why he was sneaking in the dark forest without any light. He didn't give us an answer. We even laughed a bit and told him how we thought he was a damn bear or some shit, but he didn't even smile. He just stared at the fire, looking annoyed. His right leg was soaking wet. He probably stepped off the path and dipped it in the lake on his way to our camp. He sat with us for 30 minutes, not talking much. He also clearly wanted to know where our dog was at all times. I saw he had a knife hanging from his belt, but I guess it's not that weird when you're in the woods. Every few minutes, he put his hand in his pocket and just peeked at whatever was in there. Kind of like checking the time on your phone without taking it out of your pocket, but it wasn't a phone he had there. I felt very uncomfortable and anxious by the whole situation. So, when the 30 minutes had passed, he again stood up and mumbled about going back to his own camp, and left. He never gave us any explanation of why he came to our camp, or why he was stalking us in the dark. He tried very hard not to be seen when we found him. When I thought he was far enough away, I told my husband that there's no way I'm sleeping in that tent. The biggest nope ever. Fortunately for me, he agreed and said the guy might come back when we are sleeping. I just wanted to leave ASAP, so my husband started packing things up. Our car was nearby, thank God. And I was guarding and looking around with a light if he comes back. Just when we had almost all of our stuff in the car, I saw a quick flash of light on the path from the guy's camp toward ours. He was coming back. Maybe he thought we went to sleep, because he couldn't see our campfire anymore. So yeah, we got in the car and left real quick. I don't know if we overreacted, but I had such a bad feeling about him. Who crawls in the dark, wet forest alone just to stalk some strangers? What would he have done if our dog wouldn't have heard him? What were his motives? Maybe stab us to death when we were sleeping? I don't know and didn't want to stay there and find out. I'm just glad we had our dog with us. There's a chance she saved our lives. I think people are the scariest thing to find at night, especially when you're camping. Backwoods creepy. Now, this is not the dark, sinister, arguably cursed place I grew up. This is a different town I spent a lot of time and lived in for about a year. Necromancy is allegedly heavily practiced here, and there's pretty brutal groups of organized crime. Because of that, and the fear-based respect I have for their woods, I will not say the name of this place. Don't even ask. It's not even shown on a map. So, it was very much a no outsiders welcome allowed place. The road to get there was very narrow, along steep mountainsides, and an old suspended bridge over the river that seemed it would snap at any moment. On the other side of the bridge, on the beams that held it up, it used to say dead and nothing else. So how did I get in and automatically accepted, or be okay with going? In high school, I fell in love with the sort of prince of that area. The first day I went out there, my presence was already known, I guess for protection. I thought from people, but it was more than that. After the messed up road out there, suddenly the road splits in the most beautiful forest setting you've ever seen. Lush, vibrant green. Even a large pond with small mansions along the shore. Yet as serene and beautiful as it was, you instantly had the feeling you were being watched. Not a person in sight, but you just knew you were being seen. The first time I went out there, my boyfriend and 2 friends literally just drove around the woods all day. The story was, when boys were small children, they'd be dropped deep into the woods and be left to find their way back home. When you saw how well they knew the layout, it made perfect sense. Looking back now, 16 years later, there were many markings on trees, rocks, or totems placed in fairly visible spots. I know now it was for warnings, protection, or offerings. So, as I stated, my boyfriend and his friends knew the woods better than anything else. I started to notice after about 2 hours, as we drove further and further, I could tell my boyfriend was a little concerned. When I asked him if he knew where he was, he said no. Not but 2 minutes later, there was a clearing. It wasn't empty though. There was a fire in the center, circled with old, weathered Airstream trailers. I freaking wish I was making it up, but there were disfigured animals all over the place. Goats, chickens, etc., waiting to get slaughtered for food and God knows what else. It wasn't as unnerving as the people, however. Imagine the hills have eyes. Obvious inbreeding and God knows what else caused it. Missing limbs, huge tumors and abscesses and boils, missing eyes, partially caved-in skulls from some kind of blunt trauma. There was all sorts of rope hung from tree to tree. I remember the shoes and the bones strung up along them. I'd come to find out most of these bones had the same owner as the shoes. Disfigured chickens began slowly descending on the car. We were all dead silent, holding our breath, frozen. On my side, one of those kids started banging on the car window. Finally, my boyfriend hauled off in reverse and sped off in a huge dust cloud. All the animals chased after us, at least another mile. After that, anytime we were out in the woods deep enough, even late at night, there'd usually be a random, creepy human around us, slowly watching us pass by. I lost contact with my now ex-boyfriend soon after. A few years later, I had questions if that was even real, including the undocumented subterranean mines and rivers and shit like Mama's horse. He told me, "Oh, you mean Cat Burglar's Corner? Hell yeah, it was. We were some of the first people to find it in decades." So, let's be freaking real. A weird trailer tribe in the already creepy woods called Cat Burglar's Corner might be one of the creepiest things ever. It got worse when he told me about the boots. Twice a month, in the middle of the main road, a pair of old work boots would be found. A note saying, "Cat Burglar's Night," would be attached. No one would dare freaking touch it, and sticky fingers were a very common practice there, so it was pretty remarkable. From dusk till dawn, they would stay in the exact same spot. Come morning time, a red primitive smiley face was drawn on the road where the boots had been. Stalker story. It's been 5 years since all of my story occurred. I was in my late 20s and my son was only 5. I was living in Texas at the time, and my ex-husband had just been arrested and sentenced to 12 years in federal prison. I had literally moved across the country to marry this person and had put everything I had into the move. I stayed at the house where I was living. We rented from his parents. And the day he got arrested, his parents, grandma, and older brother moved back in. I was extremely overwhelmed and just became passive to the situation. The mother-in-law was quite overbearing, almost immediately. The father-in-law was an alcoholic, and the older brother was a junkie. It became toxic very quickly, and I started seeking my independence and looking for an apartment. As soon as the older brother found out my intentions, he started making accusations that I was a whore, that I was doing extremely negative things that were completely out of character for me. His mother would feed into the behavior and encourage it. He stole my car one evening when I left my keys hanging up, did drugs in it, and brought it back all messed up. He would verbally abuse me, belittle me, humiliate me, and steal from me. I started standing up for myself, and I told the parents that either he was leaving or I was, because I no longer felt safe. This happened after he attempted to sexually assault me in my room that had no lock in the middle of the night. They were very upset and told him to go stay at the other house. They went to work, and while he was packing, I was unfortunately home alone. He decided that day to scream at me, and I screamed back. I was just so angry and hurt. He kicked me very hard and hit me in the face. He threatened my life, and I called the cops. He fled from the home. The entire next month was hell. I filed for a protection order, and that's when the craziest things happened. He put a picture of me on an escort site with my address and phone number. He ran to family members who didn't even know me and had them trying to beat me up. He physically dragged my ex-mother-in-law by the hair and broke her phone. She's elderly. Stole his parents' vehicle, held my son and his parents at gunpoint. Left me voicemails threatening to kill me. Chased me down the highway in the stolen vehicle, trying to run me off the road. Accused me of being a drug dealer to law enforcement, and I got raided. They found nothing. The day after I was granted my protection order, he came to my house, jumped the fence, let his violent pit bull out in my yard, and started breaking down the front door by slamming his shoulder into it. I huddled in absolute panic in the bathroom, begging 911 to get there fast. He was screaming that he was going to kill me. The police showed up, and he tried to run, but they got him. There is so much more to this story, but some of it would be too graphic. I was never his romantic partner, and to this day, he's still in prison, and I have no remorse. Creepy encounter. There's a man that keeps trying to come into my house. I recently moved into a new apartment with my boyfriend, who works away for long periods of time. An older man started to become friendly with me, knowing I was new to the complex. I made the mistake of telling him I live with my partner, but he's away for work for a while. Almost every day after that, he came knocking on my door and waiting if I didn't answer. He would leave after 5 minutes of knocking with no answer. One time, I was out in the common grass area playing with my brother that I would occasionally have over. I saw him coming my way and quickly picked my brother up. The man started making conversation, asking about my brother, and literally tried to grab him out of my arms. I held on to my brother tight and pulled away. And as he started to cry, I made an excuse that I have to go feed him, and walked away. That was the last time I went near that man with my brother. I'm extremely bad with confrontation, as you can tell. A few days later, I heard a knock at my door and opened it without thinking. He walked straight past me into my apartment without even saying a single word, just smiling. I asked him if he was doing okay, and he said, "I'm good, just wanted to see what your place looked like from the inside," and started walking into every room. He checked all the windows and commented, "So all your windows have bars on them except the bathroom." I nervously laughed and said, "Yeah, I guess they do." I didn't know what to do, so I walked out into the front garden, hoping he would follow me out of the apartment to try to talk to me. I just wanted him out, but was scared to anger him. I could tell he didn't seem like he was right in the head. Once he came out the front, I closed my door and said, "I have to go to the shop now. Sorry, it's going to close soon," and walked off. That night, while hanging my washing out, another neighbor introduced herself. I told her what happened and asked if she knew the man. Apparently, he had been doing the exact same things to her. She told her partner that this creepy neighbor was doing the same things to a young girl, me, and that was his last straw. He ended up going and talking to the older man. After that, the older man only tried one more time that I know of to knock on my door, which I hid in my kitchen for 10 minutes until he left. I haven't heard anything since, and I haven't seen him around. But I wake up at night panicking, thinking that he's planning on doing something to me. And that, dear listeners, brings a close to this 10,000 plus subscriber dedicated stories. I would like to say once again, I appreciate each and every last one of you for getting back to ashes over the 10,000 mile marker. As we continue to grow together, I become happier, you become happier, we all become healthier, and we all get really good sleep. So thank you all so much for taking Back to Ashes and accepting it for what it is. Now, I usually don't leave a lot of rain or ambient noise at the end as of lately because I always leave 5 minutes. This time I'm going to leave about 10 to 15 minutes of ambient after this. That way maybe you can just sit and reflect or fall asleep faster. With that being said, if you are sleeping, I hope Slumberland is treating you kindly. If you are awake, I hope you've enjoyed this overdose of vocal melatonin. Until next time, take care of yourselves, and I'll read to you soon. Have yourself a good morning, a good afternoon, or a good night.